from our mythology, from our history, and from our religion. Ram fought Ravana and defeated him as a demon king. And therefore, Ravana's role in our history is anti Ram. There are more than 1.5 billion Hindus who believe in Hinduism. They believe that Lord Ram is our ultimate God. And because of Lord Ram, we have Bharat as a country, India as a country. And many people may not know, Ravana was born somewhere in North India, and so his wife, Queen Mandodari. Ravan was born in a village near Meerut, today's Meerut, and Mandodari was born in an area which is very close to Jaisalmer. And then they moved south and they created an empire which even gods were afraid of. He had such huge technology, access to technology. um, he could in not only in terms of weaponry but also in terms of transportation, and also there are description of levitation. He could move mountains by simply doing a levitation device. So they had a huge technology and so much power in terms of their strength, military might, that even gods were afraid of Ravana. It is described very clearly and very vividly that Ravan had the power to travel across dimensions and also across any part of the world faster than speed of light travel, and he could return back in the same time. At the same time, he had another type of aircraft which could fly at the speed of thought. So if you think, hey, I want to go to moon, and it will just appear, you will appear, your craft will travel so fast that it will reach moon as soon as you stop thinking about it. So the craft could travel by the speed of thought. It is an amazing technology, and that is why he is also known as aviator, because he had 3 to 4 different categories of aircraft with him. And we are not talking about the weapon machinery. He had the cloaking devices with him. He could disappear, appear out of nowhere, etc. But in terms of these aircraft, he's definitely had very advanced technology, and he is also known as aviator. He could fly in different dimensions, cloak in his aircraft, with his aircraft inside, with he and his sons inside him, inside the aircraft, and he could appear also anywhere in any part of the earth or any part of universe. So this is something which is very very thought provoking, and unfortunately for the last 1000 years, not much of research being done in terms of finding more about this technology. And when Ram fought Ravan and he defeated Ravan, so it means that Ram, who actually hailed from a place called Ayodhya, he had a better technology than Ravan. That is why he was able to defeat Ravan. So I think we need more evidence. Is that we had the technology and now we are trying to reinvent the wheel again? And 7 to 8 thousand years back, we had different kinds of aircraft, different kinds of propulsion system, different kinds of weapons, uh, etc. Are we trying to reinvent? So I think this is something which needs to be answered. And because this part of the world was colonized, and systematically the either the evidence were not searched or the evidence were destroyed, either case, I think we need to do deep, we need to go down deep into this aspect and find out what is the reality, because this is a major part of our upbringing, major part of uh, our history, and we should get the myth out of the mythology, because people say that Raman and Ram were mythological character, but it's not true. It is definitely not true. So we need to get this myth out of it and get into a realistic world. And that is why Sri Lankan government has recognized, now Sri Lanka is an independent country now. Earlier it was part of Bharat, but they have recognized that it is their heritage, and they want to find out more facts about Rama, because he actually had a capital in that part of the world. So they have started archaeological research on this very subject about the aviation technology of Ravan. They have also invited the Indian government, which is basically the Archaeological Survey of India, to join this research to find out the facts, to get to bring Ravana's technology to life. And a lot of people are doing research, like Egyptians are doing research. Why not India and Sri Lanka together? So that research is going to start now, and I think people must know the truth about what was going on, how humans had the technology which we are trying to reinvent now, and especially in this part of the world, the humans were very, very advanced. They had the technology to travel through wormholes, through different dimensions, and anti-gravity devices, flying at very high speed, faster than light, etc., which we are trying to still find out. So I think out of the blue, somebody cannot write stories like that 7,000 years back. So we need to do research, we need to find evidence so that this can be proved eventually to the rest of the world that this technology existed 10,000 years back and we are now trying to reinvent. Friends, do let me know what you think about it. Engage with me with your thoughts and we can have a discussion. And I will catch you in the next one. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to Top Brass Roundtable.
Good morning, CK. I hope you're well on this very fine morning.
Thank you, Neville. And in fact, today's subject is the latest scare that the globe has seen, that is the coronavirus scare. And you name any country, they have blacked out. There are advisories issued. The business are confused what to do. So, what do you think is going to happen, especially now when the global economy is in already in the doldrums?
Well, the interesting thing is, you would almost think it's world's end, according to what some people were going to say. The economic markets are in free fall. They're not, by the way, but that's what some journalists are saying. They've gone down to, 15%-ish. But as we've already noticed, some of those markets are recovering, because when markets start to fall, certainly in the global economy, in the Far East, in Europe or in America, the traders say, here's an opportunity. I can now sell short and buy in when it goes to what I think is going to be a lower price. So they've effectively taken a 10% improvement on the value of their asset. And that's really what's happening in some markets. Of course, there are some areas where it is a real fall. So consumer demand for oil and gas has considerably reduced in the short term. Why is that? Well, Italy's on lockdown. People aren't travelling. Diesel's not being used. Petrol's not being used. Electricity's not being used. People are told to stay at home. The schools are closed. The schools are not using electricity or gas. So there is a physical demand shift. Equally, that's been matched with, as we've heard on the TV, Russia and Saudi Arabia saying, we're not going to cut our volumes. We're very happy with the volumes. So if people are asking for less, demand is falling, but the supply is still up there, then guess what? Price comes down, and it comes down even more. So we're seeing some fluctuations which happen because we're in a volatile world. People aren't collaborating together. They're not sharing best information. And that's the fact of life. So what does that mean to the small business arena? The entrepreneur that might not be working in that global market, but certainly, like you and I are working very locally sometimes. what I've seen here is the coronavirus is a classic um, problem that SMEs struggle with in what information's available, but more importantly, where's it coming from? What's the quality of that information? I mean, you know yourself that to make the best decision, you do need the best information. So, what I'm finding currently is that a lot of the information out there is well meaning, but not from experts. So, you get influencers that are talking about the coronavirus, but they're not health specialists. I'm not a health specialist. And when people ask me, what's your opinion on the coronavirus? I say, well, go and ask an expert for the health stuff. I can suggest what it might be on the business side, but don't ask me about the health arena, what I should be doing, because I'm going to go and Google, this term that we can now use, Google it, go online, find out from your own government's health experts what the real issues are, what you can do, not what you can't do, but what you can do. We've seen over in the UK and certainly in the Western world, wash your hands. Social contact is a real issue. So our social contact here, I'm going to give you a digital shake. There you go.
Yes, this is not going to spread the virus.
It's not going to spread the virus. But the key thing is now is SMEs can really take the benefit of this. So stop talking about coronavirus. Do something that you can do about the circumstances around coronavirus. Work digitally. It's cheaper, it's more focused, it's more economical, and you can actually get to a decision much, much faster. But who's doing it? And the answer is not many. So the first bit of advice we can say today is you're now an SME owner. You're an entrepreneur. Other businesses are still out there. They may be working from home. I'm working from home. I'm in my study. It's very relaxing. I've got all of the accoutrements around me. I've got my coffee mug that gets filled every time, and I've got plenty of fluids to keep me hydrated. I've got the heating at the right temperature. I'm not even having to worry about what the weather's doing out there as to whether I'm going to travel to a client to talk to them, what the roads are going to be like, whether it's in the school run time, in which case it's going to be, gridlock and all of those excuses that I would have when I turn up to see a client an hour and a half later having left home. So the benefit is, let's go digital. Let's really embrace the digital arena. And you work digitally all the time. We're something like 7,000 miles difference. And the beauty is we're working over a medium that for the majority of people out there is free, without the aggro associated.
In fact, I would like to share my experience which I had in the morning. Today is my kids' parent-teacher meeting, PTM as we call it.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be organized for distribution of the annual results. Now,
Important time, very important time.
right. So the PTM is a monthly affair. One day in a month, all parents have to go to school, queue up outside the class, meet the teacher for 10 minutes, and come back. So this takes the entire day actually, because you have to drive 20 kilometers, you have to wait for your turn, you have to meet the teacher, come back. For some reason, the school cancelled the meeting today, and they said, "Hey, why don't you come on Hangout?" Right? So I'm sharing this experience because Hangout is not something new, and as you said
No.
rightly, time has come for everyone to move to digital platforms. But I think it's a mindset because the Hangout was there for last 20 years. Online medium was there for last 15 years. Social media has been active for last 15 years. But for the first time, just because there is a coronavirus scare, the school said, hey, don't come to school, we will do it online. So I think it's a trigger which happened where the school is forced to use the technology which is freely available.
Well, in some respects, that's revolutionary, you know. But as you and I both know, there's nothing new in it. It's actually, let's look at the behaviours that this actually is going to drive now. So, how many kids, how many parents will have to turn up at this one-day event, roughly? Just a rough number.
About about 120 to 150 people, roughly.
Okay, so 120 to 150 people have had to put a time in their calendar to disrupt their regular, not that this isn't important, this is a really important day in your child's career, their future. So you need to really put the time in, as a good parent, any parent would do that. So, but you're talking about over 100 people that are changing their calendar. And as you say, it's not just a 15, 20-minute meeting. And if you've got a number of teachers you've got to see, it's not just 2 hours,
Right.
Typically, it's an hour and a half to get there. It's an hour and a half to get back. So just from a business context, a 2-hour meeting is now 5 hours. Plus all of the anguish that you've had stuck in traffic trying to get there. Imagine that all of the schools in the local area did it on the same day. Now you're not talking about 100 people, you're probably talking about 1,000 people. And the knock-on effect of that travel. More pollutants in the air because, frankly, there isn't a car, even electric cars are polluting. Even in the manufacture of the batteries, we've created pollution. So all of that, what I would classify as behavioural waste, you've heard me use that term more and more, is now evaporated because there's no value in it. That's why it's a waste. I mean, you wouldn't take a 1,000 rupee note and just burn it and say, yeah, that's my contribution. But you wouldn't think twice of jumping in a car and spending an hour and a half on one journey and an hour and a half on the journey back because it's important. But you may as well have just burnt that 1,000 rupee note, frankly. But the other thing is, what behaviours is it now driving? I'm now using a diary as a diary was meant to be used. I can have that meeting over the web like we are doing now. We can get more value out of it. The teacher can still bring up the results on the screen and have a very interactive discussion with you, rather than print out all this stuff, put it in front of you, that you're not allowed to take home or what have you. You can have a digital copy. So again, we're not cutting down trees here. Well, again, eureka. Guess what? We've been here for 15 years. We've never had to cut down another tree to make a paper copy.
Right.
So another behaviour that it's driving. But the efficiency of time is absolutely huge. And the other thing is, now you're having a conversation with that teacher, what's the knock-on behaviour that you might have in a digital world? If that teacher's got a problem with your child, guess what? They don't have to write it in the book. They could send you a message and say, I'd like a 5-minute conversation with you, but don't spend an hour and a half in the car to get here. We've got 5 minutes on Wednesday at 5:05, and we can have a short chat. We need to realign what's going on. Or I need to tell you how good your child's really doing. And let's work out why they're so good here, but not good over there. So that one thing, using Hangouts, hopefully will fundamentally change behaviours going forward. My guess is when the coronavirus scare's gone, they'll revert back to the original.
Unless there are IT players, the startup or the SMEs who come out with specialized solutions and say that, hey, why do you have people come? It's not only about traveling, it's also about parking. When you reach school, there are 100 cars which needs to be parked there,
Exactly.
right?
It's only geared up for the few teachers that are there. It's not geared up for every parent to come, you know. So now the cars are parked in the road and you've had all the aggravation there, and now you can't even park in a car park. I've got to walk 10 minutes, you know. This is more aggravation for me. And then you meet that teacher, and guess what? You're not in the right framework. You're not emotionally competent. And all you want to do is offload of how bad the parking was. And it's actually that teacher that's their problem.
Right.
You know?
So I think the more important aspect is packaging the solution in the right way. So there could be a solution for schools. There could be another solution for offices, because I think the same scenario will play out there, where thousands and thousands of people are coming to the office. So whoever can work from home can stay at home, and if there is a proper virtual office kind of a solution available. So I think there is an opportunity which can be encashed, which can be utilized. Why I'm saying there's an opportunity, because there is a very important aspect related to security, because we have Hangout which is free, but I think for a serious business you need to have security. So what do you think, considering this scenario, and how the cybersecurity will play a big role in transitioning from physical world to virtual world?
Well, you raise a really important issue, and there's so much written on cybersecurity. It's almost the coronavirus of yesterday, because it is a virus. Fundamentally, if you do not put even the basic level of protection on this arena, your PC, your mobile, you know, because a lot of people that I talk to don't realise that they can put security on their mobile. And I'm not talking about a PIN code. You know, I'm talking about the fact that when you use the free Wi-Fi that's available, okay, and as you and I both know, there's nothing for free in this world, fundamentally.
Right.
There's always a cost somewhere. If you use that free Wi-Fi and it pops up and it says, this is an open environment, it may not be secure.
Yeah.
How many people just ignore that? They just click, okay. Because they've got this inherent trust that, frankly, they should. So whilst we're looking at the change in behaviour that the digital world will do, it's not in this, for instance, and we'll look at your child's your meeting with your child's teacher. You've taken all of the security around your drive. You're driving to school and making sure you're in a safe environment and you get there in one piece. You don't have an accident. You park the car in a safe area and you go back and it's still safe. There's no scratches on the car. We need to adopt that same approach now in a digital world. So ask the question, what do I need to be safe? We're going from A to B. You're B, I'm A, or you're A, I'm B. Here you go. So you're A, I'm B. We're having a conversation A to B. We're physically connected over screens and the internet. How secure are we? Well, you and I both know we're on a very secure platform. No one can log into this. No one's allowed to, because you block them out. We can't make the assumption that that is always the case. We need to know that when I'm talking with someone over here, that conversation's private. And the interesting thing is, what you need to do is prove it to yourself. So when you sign up for WhatsApp or all of these other, you know, great digital tools that are out there, and a lot are free, you know, so by all means, use the free stuff. Look at the terms and conditions. Just see what information is there. Look at your social profile. And this is where it becomes really important to business owners. This conversation is part of your and my social profile.
Right.
When you launch, everyone will see who we are. They will form an opinion just by looking at the video, even if they've not got the sound on. So your social profile, our social profile, is really important. And that's what the digital space opens us up to. And it's not about your position, who you are, your title, the address, your phone number, but it's what do you do? And this is where the digital space, you know, if owners, small business owners, and because large business owners do it, if they can start to work in this digital space and put their own performance out there, then as you and I both know, people buy from people. And the digital world allows us to do things much, much faster. It could go viral. You and I have had some interesting conversations with people where, you know, frankly, some people have been the most boring presenters out. They're monotone. They're absolutely fantastic. They know everything about their product, all the technical ins and outs. They don't know how to pitch it. They don't know how to sell. And of course, they get in this mode of, oh, I need to sell, I need to pitch. And the last thing people want to do is to hear a pitch. So they're very happy to have a conversation.
Yeah, so this is why I would like to tell my viewers that you know, there are opportunity on one side, which is for the software developers or the system integrators to come out with solutions which will cater to the virtual environment, which is related to offices or schools or any other virtual world, and to take a lead. Mindfit Limited, which is Neville's company, and my company, which is Akulmac, we have actually tied up to bring, for the first time in the world, a workshop on a virtual platform. And this is specifically planned for chief executives and leaders. And come on this platform, make your pitch, basically share your ideas with others, sit together, and on virtual platform using whiteboard, with Neville as an instructor, training all the chief executives, and basically decide your pitch. So Neville, why don't you give a little bit more information on this program?
Well, very simply, I mean, a lot of people will say you need to be pitch perfect, and and it's a sales pitch. It's nothing of the sort, frankly, because if I need to find information about your organization, you're online, typically, you've got a website, I can find you in social media, I can find everything about you if I really want to. But I will find out lots of technical stuff. And what we find all over, and organizations are, some organizations, networking organizations, are set up to help you improve your pitch. I say, don't pitch. Stop pitching. There's an old phrase that says from contact to contract is one letter, and it's the letter R, and it's building a relationship. R stands for relationship, and if you can build that relationship, guess what? You'll be very successful. They may not buy from you, but that isn't what your aim should be. Your aim should be is to get them to understand who you are. So people buy from people. The thing is, that's been chopped by, let's say, salespeople out there that can only remember short things, all right? Neither you nor I have got the sales title, okay? So I'm sorry if anyone's listening in the sales arena, but this is a fact of life, so get over it. fundamentally. Be more resilient. People buy from people they know and trust. But as you can see, you've lost sight of my right hand, because we've got this phrase, people buy from people. And there is this fictitious thought process that you've only got 30 seconds to get your message over. Some people will say you've only got 10 seconds. What can you realistically do in 10 seconds? I'll tell you one thing you can do. You can smile. Anyone can smile. It's a universal language. You don't even have to open your mouth. You can smile. And how many people do?
Right.
So our process around this team building session on Saturday is unique. We're going to have 15 business owners around the world that are all going to come together on what we call it a boardroom, because that's what it is. It's a round table boardroom discussion. It's not going to be printed. It's not going to be copied and sent around the world. This is very, very closed arena. This is an opportunity for you to discuss what you do, how you do it, in a very informal setting. It's a workshop. You can do it from your own home, and that's the beauty. We're not restricted by coronavirus. We're not restricted by the fact that we've got to struggle into a meeting room. You can do it from your own home, from your study, or from your office, and it's an active workshop. It's not me and CK spouting stuff at you, telling you what you should be doing. This is an open forum where we will all learn. Because the key is, the more we learn and the more we practice, the better we will be. So, I mean, that just doesn't say in a nutshell, it says it in far too many words. But fundamentally, this is a workshop. It's online. Be prepared to be put under pressure.
So
does that help?
Yes. So this is just a preview from Neville. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop is on 14th of March at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. India time. And I will actually add the description and also the link for you to join in this workshop. Please join in and take advantage. This is again on a virtual platform where up to 15 CIOs, CXOs will be able to join. It's a very closed boardroom kind of a discussion. So do take advantage of this facility. So it is a pleasure talking to you, Neville. And I hope coronavirus become a catalyst for us to change our way we carry on our business. I really hope so. I hope the people will see the opportunities and come out with new systems which are secure and tailor-made for various business activities on a virtual platform. So with this, I will say goodbye to you this week. We will catch you again next week, same time, same day on Tuesday.
Same place, same channel. And a high five?
High five.
A virtual high five. There we go.
Yes. This will not give us any infection.
No infection.
Or we can
Good luck, everybody.
Or we can do
Embrace
the Indian style.
the
We can do
world.
the Indian style. Namaste.
No, namaste.
See you, Neville. See you next time. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies and welcome to our first week of 2021. And we are starting with a lot of great news that we are bringing to you. And before I break the news, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gordon.
Good morning, CK, and good morning, everybody. Yes, 2021 starts off, it's a new era. It's a new decade, beginning of the second decade of the 20th century, 21st century. Blimey, need my teeth in. And of course, this is the week for news. new news. We've got vaccines which are now being rolled out. We've got the new Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, which is literally being delivered today, which is all great news about beating this particularly nasty coronavirus. And I've got a little bit more news to give people today. And this is about future jobs. The World Economic Forum are constantly updating where future jobs are going to be. What are the characteristics of those future jobs? What do you need to have? What talent do you need to have? What academic qualifications you need to have? What leadership qualifications and soft skills and the right attitude? All that's a given. But what jobs are going to be there? And that's what people, young people, particularly, probably 14, 15-year-olds that might be looking at their first job in 5 or 6 years' time. What jobs should I be looking for now? What jobs should I be being aware of now? Because they're all being told artificial intelligence is coming in big time. Machine learning is already there. Some of the mundane jobs that you and I would call mundane jobs are being replaced by robots, which is really good news because, quite frankly, who on earth wants to do a mundane job? You just don't want to do it. So lots of jobs are going to disappear, but that means that there's an opportunity for new jobs to come through. One of those new jobs that not a lot of people have heard about is being a drone pilot. Any idea what that is, CK?
Neville, to be very frank with you, I have always wanted to be a pilot, but never made it. So I became a businessman. But when somebody asked me in school, "What do you want to be?" I would say, "I want to be a fighter pilot." But I think there is an opportunity for me. I think you have started something new, which our viewers would like to know.
Well, it was always those chat up lines when you were going to meet girls in a bar, and they asked you, "What do you do?" "Well, I'm a pilot," or it's sort of one of those glamour, or "I work for MI5." Not that they believed you at any one point, but it was always a good laugh when you were talking amongst your friends. But yes, when you talk about being a pilot, an airline pilot, it gives that level of professionalism, the level of integrity, the credibility that comes with it, even if you're a really bad pilot, But as we know, there are no such thing as bad pilots because they're all of a very high quality. Why? Because we trust them implicitly with our lives. Pilots don't sit on the ground. They take us up in an aircraft. And typically there are two. There's a pilot and a co-pilot and a whole crew. But we put our faith and our trust in that pilot. And under those circumstances, yes, of course, there's a level of leadership that you come with it. I mean, what sort of words come to you as you talk about an airline pilot?
Well, I think to begin with, intellectually very sharp. That is the first thing. Ready to take a decision in a split second. So ability to take decision at a very high speed. So that means brain works faster than normal person. And then travel the world, go around, see new places, make new friends, and also wherever you go, you are treated with a lot of respect because you are special. You are among the creme de la creme of all professionals. It's very difficult to become a pilot because I think you can be a doctor, you can be an engineer, you can be a colonel in an army, but even to become a pilot, it's just 1% of the professional cream that is used to select the pilot. So I think the pilot pedigree is only 0.001% from our society. It's a very special job.
Exactly. It's a very special job, and you and I have never trained to be a pilot. So we got no idea, really. Let's face it. I've jumped out of a plane with a parachute on the back a few times, but I've never trained to be a pilot. I really don't know what they go through. But I have an expectation. a few thoughts go through my mind. As being an accountant, I know what professional training I had to do to be an accountant, and I just expect them to have done more professional training. Frankly, all of a sudden they're on a different level because I'm putting my trust in them. Now, as the world has condensed itself and shrunk itself a little bit recently because of COVID, there hasn't been actually a huge demand for pilots because most airlines have been grounded. However, one of the future jobs that we do know is going to be there is drone delivery. Now, you might say, well, what's drone delivery? Because if you look at drones in the USA in particular, the drones are vehicles. Amazon and all of them, including Elon Musk, are experimenting in delivery vehicles that literally get themselves from the dispatch office to your front door. Whether that's a business front door or it's your home, that's where drones, if you like, delivery have come from. However, in many parts of the world, aviation is a massive issue. Imagine in the worst cases, disaster recovery arenas, when there's been an avalanche or there's been a volcano eruption, then the NGOs are looking at getting people and product services to that local area very quickly. Typically, that's currently being done by airborne drones. For every airborne drone, it's just like an aircraft. You need a pilot. And most of these pilots currently, as I've been experiencing over the last couple of years, are independent. They're only as trained as they want to be trained. They're not necessarily classed as professional. They're not given that accolade as being an airline pilot. And yet they're still actually managing an aircraft in flight, delivering much needed goods. That could be a heart that's taken from one hospital to another that needs to be there super quick. And in London, you get jammed in, even with the alarms going on, with the ambulance going no, from one place to the next. People still have to get out of the way, and it takes time. Drones have got a clear line of sight, bang, peer to peer, point to point, A to B. They don't have to deviate. Those pilots actually are going to be worth their weight in gold going forward. And what we need to do is to today start recognizing that there are good pilots and bad pilots currently. And what we need to be doing is looking at their training, bringing them together, making them more professional, and at the same time, doing the marketing for them, getting them good jobs. Because these are solopreneurs, remember, and the problem that consultants have that you and I know about all the time is when they're working for this project, they're not actually marketing themselves for other projects. So it's as though they need a 24/7 marketing support so that it's constantly saying, this is what we're doing, this is how we've done it, this is where we've done it. Hence, from the 1st of January, I'm proud to announce that we've launched, along with friends of mine, the Global Drone Pilots Association. And any drone pilot can join, and the real word is for free. We're not going to charge for the entry point. We just want to have a focal point where all drone pilots can show their wares, show how good they are, and we will help them with a bit of training, make them more professional so that actually this is a real career. So rather than being a service that people don't value, it's a career service where people do value, which means you need to invest in your own element of that service. So you need to show how good you are, that you are professional, and you're there to do the customer service. And the other thing is, by the way, what do you think you need to be a drone pilot? What technical capability do you think you need to be a drone pilot?
Well, I'm already a qualified drone pilot, Neville. I play a lot of games. I have a drone.
Exactly. Exactly. It's the game, it's that game arena, because gamers actually make really good drone pilots. They're constantly looking at a screen, they're getting feedback from a screen, a big screen or a small screen. They're maneuvering, they've got great hand to eye coordination. They can maneuver this. They're using all of their digits to make things happen. Almost like a Formula One driver, that everything's on the steering wheel. And the feedback is not just from the steering wheel, but from where you're going in front of you. So your Formula One driver, the big screen is live, you know? But they have their own drone arena where they go in what they call the simulator. So anyone that loves playing in this simulator arena, my goodness, there's a career opportunity out there for you beyond the gaming arena. And remember, it's not one pilot for 10 drones, because that's just physically impossible. It's one pilot per drone. So if you imagine, and let's just think going forward now, because we're seeing the adverts on the TV, if you want your McDonald's takeaway, you go to an allotted slot and someone brings it to you. In the UK, we've got Deliveroo. So that, in essence, what you might call a tuk-tuk driver or a motorbike rider, brings the meal to you. It's going to be done by drone. It's definitely going to be done by drone going forward. Why? Because motorbikes, tuk-tuks, etc., even electric vehicles can only go on the highway, can only go on roads. If I go to my local McDonald's, it's about 3 miles away and would take even a motorbike rider about 15 minutes because of the traffic lights, the traffic, and it might even take 30 minutes on a bad day, despite the fact that the motorbike rider can weave in and out of traffic. How long would a drone take to go 3.5 miles? Well, actually,
It'll take hardly 5 minutes, I think.
Exactly, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And equally, once it's delivered, it can take away the rubbish. So it could wait for you to unpack it and take away everything that it's been sent with. Okay, so we're actually saving the planet many times because this is an electric vehicle, not creating carbon dioxide, not utilizing and not adding to traffic problems. All of the benefits that you can think of with a point to point, 50 meters up, assuming the Civil Aviation Authority allows it. So those are big issues you've got to get over. But again, once you become a professional organization, the aviation authorities are going to say, actually, okay, this is self-regulation now. These people are really regulating themselves. So they will recognize that unless you've got certain qualifications, you can't manage a drone. And then the organization, the industry becomes self-regulated. So all I'm doing here is putting a can-do hat on and thinking forward 5 years, what would I as a consumer want from a drone delivery? Because it's going to happen. I want it to be secure. I want the people to be professional. I want to make sure that they're not damaging anywhere. I would like them to be economic, efficient, and environmentally beneficial. What better than to start with the pilots themselves? So that's the theory.
So Neville, I have just one simple question. You already mentioned that joining your group, your forum, the Global Drone Pilot Association, is free. But are you putting any qualification criteria? Who will be eligible, who will not be, so that people know exactly what kind of quality of resources that the forum is maintaining?
Just like anything else, this is brand new. There is no qualification around drone pilots apart from what have you done before. So, if a farmer, typically, farmers employ drone companies all the time because they like to have the topology of their farm worked out, what crops are growing faster than others, where's the water problem, etc., etc. Huge amount of feedback from this little drone, about so big that just travels all the way around their particular acreage. There are no qualifications currently. It's literally, what did you do on your last job? So just like when you employ a consultant, it's how good are you? Where's your references? So in the first instance, we're going to say, if you are currently a drone pilot, you must be doing something. Whether you're doing it good, bad, or indifferently, only you will know. But come with us and we will show you how to be professional. Of course, we will bring in qualifications down the line, but in the first instance, this is calling all drone pilots, wherever you are, or even potential drone pilots. Because there are a few university students out there that are good gamers are thinking, oh, I've got another option here. I got another employment opportunity, something that I really enjoy. And I'm doing a degree that I really enjoy too, but I could actually make money about something I enjoy. And that's the answer, And as you well know, and I regularly say, if you're doing a job you enjoy, it's not a job, is it?
Absolutely. In fact,
That's the whole point.
absolutely, Neville. If you look at Will Smith, he was very brainy. He is brainy. He reached Harvard, but then he quit Harvard to become an actor, and he enjoyed doing that. In fact, I like to say that I will be among the first few applicants on your forum. I consider myself as eligible for drone pilots. I will register. I will also tell my friends to register because I think there are a lot of enthusiasm. There is a forum which is coming up globally, a database of all the drone pilots across the world, which can be leveraged. So I think I wish you all the best. It's a fantastic initiative, Neville. I think this is going to go forward from here.
Well, I hope so. And as I say, this is the job of the future. It's a job of today, but not many people recognize it. So what we need to do is to say, those that have got accountancy qualifications, those that have got architect qualifications, or acupuncturists with qualifications, why not drone pilots? Because all of a sudden, that takes you to a completely different level. It becomes a recognized profession. And under those circumstances, it will be a global commodity, a global service. Remember, a drone pilot could be living in Delhi and working in Minnesota. How about that for an online opportunity?
That's the power of digital, and I think it is going to affect us all. And I'm very excited, Neville, that you've started this. I know you personally also. I would register, and I'll ask all the viewers, my friends, my family, who feels that this is something they want to do, can register. So I wish you all the best for this new initiative which you have launched in 2021.
Thank you very much, CK. Have a good day, everybody. And remember, something you enjoy is not a job.
Absolutely, Neville. We will catch up with you again with some interesting subject. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Hello, friends. This is Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. What a leader must do in the event of adversity. There is so much to do, so much planning to be done. There has to be a strategy, but many times even accomplished leader don't know what to do in case of a very, very adverse situation. So today we will have this discussion. I will be joined by a very accomplished leader. But before we start our discussion, I must tell you, you have to stick around till the end because there is a free gift. And in the end, we will tell you how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends. Let me introduce our guest today. Her name is Aparna Ranadive, and she joins us from Mumbai. She is a very senior person from the industry, and she wears multiple hats. Many times she has to change different hats, and she has to go through various leadership roles. So today we will have a discussion about leadership. So without further ado, let me invite Aparna ji to the show.
Hi, CK. Good afternoon, and thanks for inviting me to this show.
Always a pleasure, Aparna. And I think, hope everything is fine at your end. We are also fine in our office, but we are maintaining social distancing and following all protocols.
Yeah, I guess that's the order of the day, and it's good to hear that you and your teams are all safe, and we're safe here as well by God's grace.
Great. So you have come to our show after a gap, but what you would like to advise our viewers and our industry colleagues what we should do in this terrible times?
Right. So I think I'm not going to be advising on anything. It's just an observation and a thought process, and a few thoughts that came to mind. We are going through terrible times. We are going through unprecedented times. By the time we finished off with the first wave, everybody had sort of heaved a sigh of relief and said, we're out of this. Perhaps India was one of the first countries to have managed the entire COVID crisis very well right at the beginning. And before we knew it, we were hit with the second bombshell of the second wave. And the entire world, as it were, turned around and everything changed. So, right from the economy going down nose hill to a lot of countries stopping us from from entering into those countries, and what have you. Multiple deaths around the place, and absolutely disaster around. So, and I'm sure this is a time when even the businesses have not been left untouched by this disaster. The businesses have been equally affected because finally, at the end of the day, businesses are being run by people, and when people are affected or when their families are affected, you cannot expect the same kind of output, the same kind of productivity, the same kind of attendance, as it were. The government regulations of only 50% of the population coming into offices, that had made it even more worse, and to top it with the numbers dwindling with people contracting the COVID left, right, and center. It's almost made manpower available to the least minimum. In these times of crisis, and this crisis has really not been seen before. I think the Indian industry has faced the stock market debacle, it faced all other crises, but this is something that we had never seen before. And like I was listening to some other folks, it almost seems like we're fighting a war. It almost seems like the rank and file that keeps coming up every single time to the forefront is being butchered, and then there is yet another rank and file which comes up, and that is being butchered, and yet another one. So we're being brave, we're being strong, but I think this poses a very strong leadership challenge in itself, because what we did even 3 years ago in terms of managing our businesses as leaders will not hold true today. Today we cannot say that, oh, I am titled as a leader and therefore I will lead the way and I will do a certain thing because this is my portfolio and this is my vertical. That is not going to hold true in the future, or even today for that matter. Today is a time where everybody will have to be a leader. Everybody will have to break those silos, will have to break down to see. We'll almost go back to being in a startup mode where almost everybody does everything. Whatever is required for the business to sustain, for the business to be running smoothly and like a well-oiled machinery, to ensure that it all gets done at the right time and the right place. I think all of us need to be ready and right there. This brings me back to a very interesting observation again. I mean, I have done a lot of learning apart from the experience by a lot of observing. And I think nothing teaches you better than that. Because I was privileged enough to sit across in the ring for a Formula One race, and right where where they it's like the pit stop where they actually change the wheels of the car after the multiple rounds that the car does, and it's a split second. I think they have only about 4 to 5 seconds within which they have to change the entire. I may be wrong on the number of seconds, but maybe not more than I think 10 seconds or. And it's only in that time that they need to change all the four wheels of the car so that the car is ready, and because there's so much of a g-force acting on it, and the wear and tear of the tires is so bad that you cannot have the same tires on, and they keep changing it, and it's done with such precision and such efficiency and within those timelines that it took me thinking that I mean, if we had to take the same example back into our workforce, and we said a certain tasks need to be done or a certain job needs to be completed with that kind of efficiency, at that point in time nobody says, oh, I'm supposed to be only changing the bolts, or I'm supposed to be, whereas of course the job description has been very well clearly defined that one changes the bolts and one changes the tire, but at the same time if somebody who's changing the tire falls sick or falls bad, the one who's changing the bolt is not going to sit there and wait and say, oh, somebody's changing the tires is not there, so I will sit there and wait for somebody to come by and then do. Like what happens in sometimes it does happen in some of our businesses where we say, oh, somebody who is responsible for some portfolio has gone off on leave, so until such time that person comes by, that particular job remains on hold. There is nobody who's actually taking the baton from there and running and saying, okay, I will complete it because the job is critical. It's like a fire brigade unit. When they've gone off to douse a fire at some place, somebody is holding the hose pipe, somebody is actually climbing up, somebody is actually, they all have very well defined and clearly defined roles, but at the same time everybody is well aware of the situation, everybody is well aware of what they need to tackle and what is the ultimate objective that they have to go there with. It is about dousing that fire and making sure that there are no casualties and everybody comes out safe. So whatever it takes for those people to ensure that ultimate objective is made is what they all do, right? I think coming back to leadership as a lesson, today times are such that we have to change our mindset, our leadership mindset, from saying this is my role or this is I'm going to be leading the way and everybody else needs to follow, to saying whoever is there on the job and on the ground in that particular spot is the leader in that particular place. He needs to be given the empowerment to decide what is best for that particular job to be completed in the best possible manner, and not run back for permissions and sanctions and as many documentations to be completed, so that the time is lost. So time is of the essence today, people are of the essence today. So it is leadership challenge how you put all of these things into perspective, you take all of these things into account and make sure that the businesses are run, because ultimately businesses are about people. I mean, if nobody shows up, your business is not going to run, right? So that is my little two bits about the leadership in the current situation today.
Well, Aparnaji, the biggest challenge we are facing, or the industry is facing, is the strategy itself. Because what strategy will work, nobody knows. And initially, you mentioned one very, very important fact, which is very, very true. And that is that whatever you have done last 30 years has no value today. And your level has gone down to the level of starting afresh. So the strategy planning and even networking is not working. Whatever network that you have built over last 20 years, you have to rebuild now on the digital platform, because your network is outside the digital network. So you have to rebuild that. You have to embrace the digital wave, and at the same time, the strategy, I think that is not working. And while all these things are happening, you mentioned that we are facing a worst calamity, but I think we are not alone in that. The entire world is in the same boat. So the strategy itself is not working. I think your 2 cents on how to plan the strategy itself will really help our viewers.
Um, okay, so I think even from a strategy perspective, strategy is a plan of action or a method to draw up in that madness to reach your objective, right? So getting from point A to point B, and how do you get there, and what do you do in order to get there, in a layman's term, is strategy, right? Now, in times as uncertain as these, while one can plan and plan and plan until the cows come home, but there will come a certain time where maybe certain plans will not work, right? Or certain plans will fall by the waysides, or you will need to have a complete detour in your plan of action. Now, when that happens, does it mean that it actually pushes everybody and everything off balance and off guard, or have you built in that capability in the organization to make sure that such kind of uncertainties and such kind of crisis and risk elements are taken into account, and you have mechanisms to counter that? That if you build in scenarios to say, okay, what if A happens, what if B happens, what if C happens? Of course, it is consuming, but at the same time, you don't know what's going to hit you at what point in time. I lost a couple of very dear friends of mine to COVID, and one would never have imagined somebody as young as maybe about 47, 48, or not even 50 would have been a prey to this, and leading very, very senior positions in the organization, and noticeable positions in the industry. Now, as of yesterday, that man would have gone home thinking that this is going to be the plan of action tomorrow, and this is going to be what I'm going to be doing 3 days down the line, right? Or maybe 1 month down the line, in order to take my business, steer my business in a certain fashion. Now, if that poor man has been hit by COVID today like a bullet in his head, and he dies, what happens to the strategy? It actually, of course, I mean, he's not the only custodian. There are multiple people in. But at the same time, if he's going to be at the helm of affairs and he's going to be holding responsibility for that strategy executed in the right fashion, then it completely falls on its head, and it completely sort of sets everything and everybody to tizzy, thinking about what next. Now I've lost the leader. Sometimes I go back to some of the stories that I grew up listening as a young girl when of Shivaji Maharaj, and where some of his warrior friend circle, while fighting battle, had fallen a prey to the bullets, to the enemies. And then what happened to the rest of the rest of the team, to the rest of his platoons? Somebody somewhere had to stand up and say, okay, he was the leader, he died, but now what next? We cannot die, right? So we have to go ahead and fight this war and ensure we win. Of course, those times were different, those situations were different, but today I think we're in no different a situation in the modern world. Everything is modern, but times and the situation is not very, very dramatically different. Yeah, today we're talking about businesses. Back then, the poor guys talked about their own liberty and freedom, right? So from that perspective, today's strategy has to be very, very flexible, has to be fluid in that sense, and keeping in mind what your purpose and what your objective is. Yes, have, and it is communicated down the line to every man, so that every man or woman, so that they have the sense of ownership to that purpose and to that objective, and everybody knows what needs to be achieved and how it needs to be achieved. I think half the battle will be won. So, and I'm sure a lot of companies are doing exactly that. You can't any longer hold it close to your chest and say, I can't really divulge this information, or I can't really share it with people down the line, and this is only privy to the senior management teams in the organization. So I think it's a composite thing. It's an ongoing, continuous effort. It is something that has to be ingrained even in the culture of the organization. You can't be just at the helm or at the top level. So I think this is how organizations will need to function in future.
Well, I think in nutshell, what are you trying to tell our viewers? Is it to be more collaborative with each other? Because I think the cash flow is a big problem today. And you are asking us to basically prepare for all eventualities. So plan A, plan B, and plan C. And you're saying that, which one we need at what point in time, we don't know. So predictability of what strategy will work is very little knowledge on at this point in time. So what we should do, we should collaborate more with each other, or we should be independent. What we should do? I mean, I think a clarity from you will really help us.
I always felt, whether it is today in this crisis or whether it is even otherwise, nothing succeeds like collaboration, right? If you ask for help, or if you seek partnership, or if you seek somebody's hand to hold while you're crossing a difficult path, I think it only adds to that, to the strength that you bring in terms of knowledge, whether it is in terms of experience or even in terms of resources. I was listening to somebody, and that person said that Mike Tyson apparently said that you will not know what hit you until you actually get hit in your face. Until you really have that punch in your face, you will really not know what it feels like to be punched, right? So it's premature to sort of say that what is the best way forward. But I think nothing succeeds like collaboration has always been my way of thinking. And I've even as I was going through my own career as an HR professional, something that stuck on with me, which senior leaders taught me while I was growing through that, or mentored me, was that never think twice before asking for help. Never think about what somebody will think about you, what somebody will feel about you. But if you're going to be dying under that pressure and stress and doing a bad job, you'd rather ask for somebody's help. And I think the same holds true for businesses as well. That if you find that there are certain areas where you're not really strong on, and if you see that strength can be brought in by somebody else, then what stops you from collaborating? All you possibly will have to do is perhaps share in the profit or share in the revenue that you make, but which is fine. At least the two of you together will reach that point, rather than one of you struggling and will not, maybe you not even reach there. So collaboration is definitely the way ahead.
Fantastic. I think that is very good advice. And, from your point of view, because you work with so many multiple agencies and you have your own multiple companies, what is the most happening industry right now, or for this year, or maybe next year? Do you have any prediction on that?
Unfortunately, no, I don't have a prediction, but I can possibly, based on some of the observations that I have, industries will perhaps have their nose above the water, if that's, if not really go down. So sometime back, I was doing a leadership workshop for a steel industry company. And when I'm saying sometime back, it was just like hardly about a month or 2 months ago, perhaps. I started off by, sort of learning and reading and understanding what the steel industry was going through, and did it really get impacted with COVID? Fortunately for them, they were not really impacted by COVID. So you have some industries which have not been impacted as badly as the rest, So obviously, some of the other companies have been. So, for example, I come from the media and entertainment sector. So, if you look at the traditional form of media, so whether it is right from print to whether it is going to cinema theaters to all of these have been really dramatically affected, or even for that matter broadcasting to that extent has been affected with the COVID crisis. But having said that, the OTT channels have not been so badly affected, because now everybody is consuming content, consuming media on different platforms. So it could be on the laptop, it could be on the phone, it could be on television, on your smartphones or on smart TVs, all of that. So that medium has not been so affected. Uh, Likewise, I don't think education will be affected so dramatically, because people still, of course, school education, so primary education or on the ground education has been affected because schools are closed. But again, if you corollary to that, the online education has taken off. So everybody who's gone off onto a digital medium has done pretty well in terms of riding the wave, because everybody sitting at home. Whoever had thought that children will be sitting at home, even in the first and the second standard, and studying online? Nobody had even in their wildest dreams thought about that. But today that situation has come up. So schools are shut, but education is going on. The medium is very different. So it is exactly what has happened with the media industry. Having said that, future education or higher education will still remain to be as a buoyant industry, because tomorrow when the world opens up, or even now, online education or even further education abroad will still do fairly well, I think. So these are certain industries. Retail, the traditional form of retail, so the brick and mortar stores may not do, because again it's about going into a certain area, but e-commerce is definitely doing very well. So Amazon, whether it is Jio, they've all made very good monies. Swiggy, Zomato, I think they've done fantastically during the COVID, and they've actually ridden the COVID wave, because everybody's sitting at home and calling for food, calling for groceries, calling for everything online. So it is how you are keeping in line or in time in terms of the times that we are going through, and adapting yourself and adapting the business to the newer wave is what will really determine the success of a business. So in a nutshell, I can say those businesses who are being innovative in terms of its survival and sustenance are going to be the ones who will actually be able to see a good future up ahead. So that's my two cents of that.
Well, I think it's also important to understand, how we can embrace the digital wave. I think is going to be here, and once we are completely migrated on digital platform, you mentioned education. I think there is still a lot of miles to cover, because the kind of experience students are getting, they are actually missing out the bond. So I think
in fact, I missed out two other industries as well, or rather three other industries. One is a no-brainer that the healthcare industry will definitely do well, because they are the backbone for all that is happening, and how they will get people out of this crisis. So healthcare in every form, whether it is health tech or whether it is healthcare, I think those are industries which will do well. EduTech, like I said. The second one is because of this crisis and because of the fact that everybody has gone so much online, has given a huge opportunity for for hackers to be around. And very recently we've seen about certain incidences which have caused even more chaos in that world. So So therefore, cyber security becomes a huge area of development, of interest, of focus in the coming future, and so would AI. I think with the number of people reduced in from the, I will not say from the workforce directly, but having since businesses are going through this crisis and they have reduced the workforce as well, I think implementation of AI in the regular process in the regular workforce will definitely make a huge contribution going forward. So, I suddenly remembered that these three are very, very critical and upcoming industries, and I should make a mention of those.
I think you're absolutely right, because we need a lot of AI in office automation. We need AI in ed tech, because while the students are sitting in front of camera and they see the teacher, but I think that personal touch is missing. So I think there has to be some AI based learning engines which are required, and the schools are not really providing it. I think they are fighting a different battle. The fee structure has to change, so all sort of things needs to happen. So I think in nutshell we had a very interesting discussion today. A lot of ideas came through our discussion today and a lot of inputs. I'm sure the viewers will give a lot of value while listening to you, and your thoughts were very, very critical for us today.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure sharing my two bits or two cents with the audience.
All right, Aparnaji. So we will catch up in the next show. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye. And next time we will discuss even something more interesting.
Sure, absolutely. Look forward to it.
We have some unique Akulmak memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live, and I am Chandrakant. There has been a lot of innovation in the edtech area, and some says that the edtech will completely replace the way we do education. To analyze this point further, I will be joined by a very eminent speaker from Singapore. Her name is Farida Chorania, and she is the CEO of Career Zoom. So, friends, let's welcome her. Good morning, Farida. Welcome to the show. How are you this morning?
Well, excellent. It's afternoon for us and it's been a very sunny day, so that's amazing. I'm very well, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. And so I do hope our viewers are doing well as well.
Yes, Farida, thank you for asking. In fact, we are live right now, and viewers, if you have any question or comment, you can use the chat function of the social media, whichever social media you're watching this program, and we will display your name and question right away on the screen. So, Farida, I think the topic of today's discussion is about EdTech. I think we would like to know from your experience, where do you see our education system going globally?
It's a very vast topic, and the whole journey from classroom based learning to online learning, the whole digitization has happened very, very quickly, not by design, but by compulsion because of this whole pandemic situation. While there are different schools of thoughts, and there are different opinions on this, I do feel that edtech is very, very prominent because it will give opportunities to people who didn't have this opportunity earlier to actually kind of engage in upgrading their skills and educating themselves. However, it will not completely replace classroom learning because social cues, the ability to interact, the ability to kind of understand working in a team, etc. At least in my opinion, it's not very easy to replicate that on online resources. So I think the model will evolve, which will be hybrid, and more learning could be pushed to online, but still classroom learning will not be replaced. At least I don't see it getting replaced very quickly in the next 10-15 years.
Well, Farida, from your point of view, what are the new developments which are happening in the edtech space in order to make the experience of online component of the education system much more pleasing for the student? Would you like to talk about a little bit on this aspect?
Yes, certainly. So, as you know, and some of our viewers probably know as well, that I have a young child because I often talk about her. She's 8 now, and we live in Singapore, and the entire education system has been so there is actually an alternate education system which is available online because the schools actually, close and open depending on how the pandemic is shaping up. So what they have done is that they have created HBL portal, which is called SLS. It's home-based learning portal, and the entire experience is, actually being in a virtual school. So you can go to different classrooms. You actually kind of, go to the library. You actually do your CCA, which is your sports activities, because there are videos and you follow the exercise, etc. So in some countries, it is actually, kind of being developed in a way that at any stage it could be, either could be used classroom based learning or, home based learning. So I think in a lot of countries, this model has evolved very well. And that, kind of opens up a lot of other doors. I'm a business person, so I think, top line, bottom line. And I start thinking where, all these differences are happening. For instance, online imparting of education is a lot cheaper because, your cost of books, etc. goes down, cost of printing goes down, your entire real estate cost actually goes down. But it's been my personal experience where I have seen that children in this entire time, they have become extremely screen dependent. A lot of them have had their myopia really badly impacted. I never used to see so many children with glasses, but now you do see them because one is lack of sunlight and they are always on the screen. So you see that that is the downside. Children are putting on weight. I had never seen such round children in my entire life. But this entire 2 years, because the eating habits have changed, there are a lot of repercussions. But the good part is that in places where they did not have access to education that easily, now can be imparted. So I think this is evolution for good. There will be some downside like anything we use. So, because we will become more self-centric, we will, as an individual, when these children grow in this kind of hybrid environments, they may not make traditional choices in their careers because now they know that they have a lot of options. You don't really need to go to an office to make money because you can do it. So a lot of good things will also come out of this, but the downsides are also something that we need to consider. So while I don't know if this happens or not, but my expectation at least is that we should, as a society, as a global population, we should look at something which encourages hybrid models, because either is not fantastic, but a good mix of classroom based engagement and online learning is fantastic. And also, online learning gives opportunities to adults because a lot of these courses are asynchronous. That means you can actually do them at your own time. You complete your assignments at your own time. So working adults can actually, just educate themselves, enhance their skills. So edtech definitely is disrupting the industry. Real estate costs are very high, which gets passed on to the students. So if that is not there, the infrastructure cost to set up an online education system is definitely lower. And once you have set it up, there is only maintenance cost and upgradation cost. So that way, it's very good. But personally, if you ask me, I do see the downsides very closely, and I do hope that we will evolve into a hybrid model going forward.
Farida, I think as you rightly pointed out, that the students are having a lot of screen time and they are used to using the the systems which are currently available. And like any other field, there is a lot of advancement in AI, for example, taxation, office automation, etc. So, do you see a role of AI emerging in making sure that the experience of the students is not merely limited to screen, but a virtual augmented reality environment in education?
Yes, I do think that education is evolving much faster in the last couple of years than it ever evolved in the last 200 years. So yes, so right now probably the focus is on just making sure that you are imparting the education as per the times and as per the age and the learning capacity of that individual. But slowly things like gamification, etc., will come in, and there are a lot of companies which are already kind of taking steps in these directions. Some of them will become unicorns. Like nobody thought Uber will become a unicorn. Nobody thought borrowed cars without any infrastructure a company could actually become that big. And same thing will happen in education as well, because the entire experience of the student is going to change. It may not merely be limited to screens. It could be it could be a virtual reality glasses, it could be anything. You don't know, because what seems very unlikely today might be a reality tomorrow. 20 years back, we didn't think actually we would be using our phones as our personal entertainment systems. We just thought it's a phone, but today it's no longer just a phone, it's your bank, it's everything. So what seemed unlikely in the past is very much happening today. Nobody ever thought that maybe uh, digital currency would replace actual money, but in some countries it's actually replaced it completely. Like China, if you don't have digital currency, you can't make a transaction. So it will all happen, but we don't know how long it takes. It might take much lesser. So I think to enhance the experience of the students, taking this education right from very young kids to adults who are going to adult learning, etc. This experience will be augmented. The AI will come into picture, and AI is coming into picture everywhere. AI is not here to replace humans. Like I always say, it's here to augment their experience, and that is going to happen. It might actually kind of even AI might come into things like examinations, because in a virtual environment it's very difficult to figure out if someone is not really kind of being honest with the examinations, and AI can actually kind of come into picture there. So all of these things are possible, but only time will tell how they are going to evolve.
And you mentioned a very important point about the evolution of education. And I think while there is a lot of screen time for the students who are studying in an online manner, however, I don't see any evolution over there, because they are still following the classroom pattern. They are still using the textbook, and the only difference is that instead of sitting in the classroom, the teacher is standing in front of a camera. However, why this evolution is not taking place, I firmly believe is related to regulation. So I think that the governments of various countries also need to come out with regulation. What is your opinion on this point? Do you see or do you have a message to various governments with in this area?
Yes, certainly. So the thing is that, like I mentioned earlier, in Singapore, it's very structured. Actually, Zoom classes are not very common here in Singapore because the entire experience is like a school setup online. So, children actually, and all these lessons are pre recorded, and, children actually take these lessons. So it really depends where you are. Now, in large countries, it's very difficult, one, to, kind of align regulations, because if you consider a country like India, it's very vast. Not everyone has access to fantastic bandwidths. Not everyone has access to, say, laptops, because a lot of them, and I know of cases where, children are studying through the phone when the schools are closed. So not everyone has access to those kind of screens. Again, languages. In India, not all education is imparted in English. It is, imparted in so many languages. So those kind of, geographies, if you look at, say, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, or, even for instance, you say Indonesia. So these countries, the regulations are very difficult to set in, but they would come in because there is, you sooner or later you have to join the bandwagon. It's like, whole digitization pace. Like, for instance, in Africa, the entire digitization happened not because they are very forward. It happened because they don't have infrastructure. And it's a lot easier to set up digital infrastructure than to actually do brick and mortar. So, it was much easier. And that whole, pivot happened because of that. Now, various governments, I'm sure, are, kind of working towards this and there. But I think what would really help is if there is a central body globally which is able to guide and give directions. So certain things could be common across all geographies. Because if this is going to be the world tomorrow, then the hybrid models need to be, kind of, they can't be customized. I mean, they can be customized, but they can't be very different from each other globally. Because what will then happen, that some countries where it's very fantastically structured will move very much ahead of the other countries where this infrastructure is not available. So there has to be a central body which is able to, govern as to what is the best way to kind of, align this. So I think my message to any government and people who are listening is that we definitely need a global central body, and every country has to pivot. They have to kind of, come out with the ways where the cost can be reduced and more knowledge can be imparted. More students can actually get educated.
Uh, uh, Actually, you mentioned about difficulty in taking out the education system, especially in a country like India, where there are so many languages and so many different types of board systems, etc. So I think the good news is that the Indian government realized there is a need for this, and they actually standardize the NCERT curriculum across the nation, and it is provided online,
Yes.
and it is free. So I think they have taken the first step, but I think subsequently the Indian government has to create a framework to allow innovation in this area. Having made this point, I'd like to ask you that how you yourself in personal capacity or your company Career Zoom is planning, or you have some ideas about reforming the education system, whether in Singapore or any other place.
Sure. So I do work with companies in the edtech space more, as an advisor, as a board member. And one of the things which, again, education is something which is very close to my heart, because I think everyone should, it's a basic thing and everyone should have access to education. So one of the things that, which I kind of aspire to do is with the companies that I work with, that education in terms of, skills upgrading. So, the ability to learn different languages, ability to learn, different coding, etc. All of this should be available to everyone. And that needs to be done, at the top. Can't be a one person game. It has to be done at the top. It has to come from the top in terms of the availability, innovation in this area. How quickly can you actually, kind of get people onto it? How easy it is for them to understand this mode of, instruction, and more importantly, the governments as well as companies need to recognize these qualifications, because that's still a very large gap. Like, I have an online PhD, but I don't really kind of call myself Dr. Farida Charania, because though, my entire thesis is actually as someone who would, kind of have done with a coach, etc., with a guide and all of that. Honestly speaking, I don't know if it is recognized. So even if I just put it somewhere, there is no, recognition for things like that. And of course, I got this PhD a few years ago, but the thing is that even today, if I were to have the same PhD, it might not be recognized. So I think the framework needs to come into spaces where what can be recognized as formal education and what can be recognized as skill upgradation, and all of these certifications need to be recognized. It's not just a piece of paper or just not a digital certificate. So I think the pivot needs to be made there. That is very key. And then of course innovation comes in to make it easier to access, easier to understand, and easier to, or rather, enhance the experience of people involved in this. But the first pivot is to really, kind of get to a stage where all of these certifications can be recognized.
Absolutely, Farida ji. In fact, I second you absolutely on these points, and I think you have spoken very well. I'm sure the viewers would have got some idea. This is a very vast subject. It requires more number of sessions. So as the technology evolve, we will keep following this, and we will invite you again in future for more information and ideas from you. So thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much. Always excited to have this chat with you, CK, because always, happy to be on your show. And I think we have some great chemistry here, where it's not just about discussing, but we do come out with certain things which could be useful for people. So yeah, I mean, happy to come on your show anytime that you call me. So great. Thank you very much, CK. Absolute pleasure. And thank you all the viewers. Stay well, stay healthy. And I think a lot of viewers would be actually celebrating Diwali. So yeah, happy Diwali in advance. Thank you very much. Bye for now.
Thank you, Farida ji, and happy Diwali to you too. And we will catch up in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to Akalmek Live, and today we have a wonderful guest. She is Ritu Gupta, and let's welcome her first.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. In today legal matter, we are actually going to discuss about the history of High Court and what is its jurisdiction. So many people keep hearing about these news that High Court has given this order and Supreme Court has given this order, but seldom people know about the difference between High Court and Supreme Court. To discuss this matter, I will be joined by my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, and he will tell us the differences between High Court, Supreme Court, and also the brief history of the High Court. So, without further ado, let's welcome Jeet.
Hello, Chandrakant. Hi, thank you for having me on Legal Matters. And yes, today we are going to discuss about this important topic of how the high courts came into existence in India and what are its jurisdictions. So, a brief history before I start on the jurisdiction on how the high courts came to be established is obviously, as everybody must be aware, it is a colonial setup and came to be introduced when the Britishers were here. And the first three chartered high courts in the country were Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. And people in Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras must be knowing that these high courts are almost 150 years, almost 150 years old. But there's a brief history before the high courts came to be set up on how Bombay, which in the early 17th century was part of the Goan colony, and the Goan colony gifted the island of Bombay to the Britishers on the marriage of King Charles II with the Catherine of Braganza. So it is because of this marriage between the King of England and the Princess of Portugal that the island of Bombay came to be gifted to the British crown in the year 1661. It is after that by way of a charter in 1969 that King Charles transferred the island of Bombay to the East India Company, because by that time East India Company had already established its business in India. So the administration of justice in the island of Bombay was started by the East India Company under the authority of the Crown of England. In 1694, at the same time, similar time, the East India Company also became the Zamindar in Bengal due to the purchase of villages with the consent of Nawab of Bengal. And the East India Company also established a settlement in Madras by that time. So by 1694, they had already occupied the territories of Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. And therefore, they established the courts of records in the year 1694 itself. By 1694, since the East India Company was already administrating justice in these regions, they established courts of records by 1726, and which are later on known as the Supreme Courts of Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. So earlier, it were known as the Supreme Courts and not the High Courts. But later on, with the advent of 19th century, when the British Crown took over the entire territories in India and established the colony, the Government of India Act came to be passed by the British Parliament in the year 1858. And this, by way of this Government of India Act, the Indian High Courts Act came to be established, passed by the British Parliament, which authorized the creation of high courts in several presidencies and instead of the Supreme Court. So therefore, in 1862, the first high court in India came to be set up in Calcutta, known as the High Court of Calcutta, and that is the first high court in the country. Then 1865, the High Court of Bombay and Madras were set up. So they are more than almost 145 to 150-year-old high court, the oldest high courts in the country. And later on, the British Empire established the entire legal system in India based on their own system. So at that time, high courts were having the writ jurisdictions, and which writs were being issued by the kings in the olden times in the British Empire. And later on, when the high courts were established, those rights were given to the judges in the high courts as well. So basically, high court judges exercise the powers that the king has of issuance of writs. And even today, under the Indian Constitution, we have adopted a similar setup in the sense that the high courts are having the jurisdiction and the power to issue writs for the enforcement of the rights of the citizens. And there are basically 5 writs which are issued, and the jurisdiction of the High Court is given under Article 226 of the Constitution, and the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court for issuance of writs is under Article 32 of the Constitution of India. Both these articles are extremely important because if any fundamental or constitutional right of any citizen is abridged by the state or the state machinery or its instrumentality or its agencies, then the persons aggrieved, the citizens, do have a right to approach the High Court as well as the Supreme Court for enforcement of their rights under the Constitution. And this is a very important piece of provision, empowering the High Courts for issuance of writs for the enforcement of the rights of the citizens. Now, you and your viewers would obviously be aware that the Constitution for the first time gave the fundamental rights to the citizens of this country, which this country never had before. And by the fundamental rights that we have under the Constitution, the right of equality, the right not to be discriminated, the right to be treated equally, the right to trade and profession, right to carry on business activities, the right to travel to any part of India, to right to reside in any part of India, the right to life with dignity, etc. So right against protection against arrest, etc. There are several fundamental rights from Article 13 onwards. And the enforcement of these fundamental rights, the most important provision is Article 32, which directly gives the Supreme Court the power to enforce these rights. And though in the earlier days, there are judgments when the Supreme Court was set up in 1950, where the Supreme Court says that we will watch the actions of the government because we are the custodians of the fundamental right. We will protect these rights come what may. And these were the words of the Supreme Court initially, but then later on with so much of litigation, so much of cases pending, now the Supreme Court is of the opinion that the High Courts also have a similar power of issuance of writs, which we also have. Rather, High Courts have a wider power in the sense that High Courts can be approached for the enforcement of any of the constitutional rights. So if there's violation of any of the provisions of the Constitution, the High Court of that state will have the power for issuance of writs for the enforcement of rights, whereas the Supreme Court will have the right for enforcement of only fundamental rights. So this is the basic difference between the powers of High Court and Supreme Court, where High Court's power is much wider than Supreme Court in terms of enforcement of rights under the Constitution. Obviously, the Supreme Court being the last authority, the final arbiter of disputes, it will have a word of finality, and obviously its powers are not limited. It can exercise any power, and on the contrary, it can even mold the law in order to give relief if it thinks that it meets the ends of justice. But if you read the Constitution, Article 226 provides for a much wider power to the High Courts than Article 32, which provides same power to the Supreme Court. So that is the setup which has been followed from the earlier colonial system to the present constitutional system under our Constitution. But next, I would like to talk about the 5 writs that can be issued by the High Courts and the Supreme Court. And those 5 writs which can be issued are the writs of habeas corpus, the writs of mandamus, the writ of prohibition, the writ of quo warranto, and writ of certiorari. So these 5 writs can be issued. Now I'll just speak briefly on what these 5 writs are. So it's a very wide topic, and every writ can cover at least an hour or so if it wants to be discussed in detail. But a habeas corpus writ is again and these 5 writs are again very, very old established writ powers which the kings in the British times had. So writ of habeas corpus is for the production of the body. So habeas corpus literally is a Latin word, which means have the body. So if any person has been illegally detained by any authority, which does not have the power to detain him and his custody is illegal, then the aggrieved person or a family member of the person who has been captured illegally can approach the High Court for issuance of a writ of habeas corpus. And if the High Court issues the writ of habeas corpus on finding that the person has been illegally detained, then the authority, the state machinery, will have to find that person from any part of the country and will have to produce it before the court in order to find out whether the person has been illegally detained or not. So that is the power of writ of habeas corpus. It's a very important writ, and a lot of lives have been saved by issuance of this writ of habeas corpus by different High Courts as well as the Supreme Court. So basically, it pertains to right to life and live with dignity and without any restrictions. So if any person has been illegally detained, his family can approach the High Court for issuance of a writ of habeas corpus. The second writ is a writ of mandamus. Uh, yes, a writ of mandamus, which is basically a command. So the High Court has the power to command the state in order to ensure that if the state has a duty which is not fulfilling, then the High Court can issue a writ of mandamus directing it by way of a command to comply with its duty. And also, if it is in violation of any rights of any citizen, so the High Court can issue a writ of mandamus against the state. Now, kindly also bear in mind that these writs can be issued against the state, its authority, and its instrumentality, but not against private persons and private entities. So, for that disputes, there are civil courts. But with respect to disputes which are in the realm of public law, then High Courts have the jurisdiction under Article 226. The third writ is the writ of prohibition, which is preventing a state or its instrumentality from acting or undertaking or doing something which is not in consonance with the Constitution or with the laws. The fourth writ is the writ of quo warranto. This writ of quo warranto is basically control over the appointments on public posts of ineligible persons which are not having the requisite qualification as prescribed under the rules. So, for example, if a vice chancellor of any university or if any person holding any public post under the state, he does not have the eligibility to hold that post and has been appointed still by the state, then the High Court can issue a writ of quo warranto that your appointment is illegal. So this is the writ of quo warranto, which the High Courts have control over public posts and the appointments which are made by the state government. And the fifth is the writ of certiorari, where the High Court has the power of supervision over the lower courts and tribunals under the state. So if any order passed by the tribunals or any of the trial courts, then the High Court has power of supervision and it can correct those powers if they have been passed without jurisdiction or there is manifest error in those orders. So basically, dividing the powers of the High Court, they can be prescribed as either original or appellate. So under original powers of the High Court, there are these writ jurisdiction like writ of habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, quo warranto. Whereas the writ of certiorari is basically sometimes an appellate jurisdiction which the High Court is exercising, where the orders of the trial court, different tribunals are challenged before the High Court. And the High Court, by way of its supervisory power, is exercising control over these tribunals. So basically, this is how the powers of and jurisdiction of the courts are distributed by way of these 5 writs, and it has vast powers to do complete justice towards the citizens of this country. Also, this power has been expanded by High Courts and Supreme Courts by entertaining public interest litigations, where a lot of vigilant individuals file these public interest litigations for larger issues with regards to health, water, sanitation, laborers, etc. A lot of public interest litigations for human rights, etc. have been filed, and the High Courts have exercised its jurisdiction and issued landmark judgments on the protection of a lot of areas regarding this public interest litigation. So yes, so this is how the jurisdiction of the High Courts, the powers are being exercised.
This is great, Jeet. In fact, a lot of people don't know about High Courts and Supreme Court, what kind of job they do, what type of cases they have. So I think it's a very important, description that you have given for the viewers. And by the way, viewers, we are live. If you have any question, you can shoot it out. We will display your question straight away on the screen and get it answered. So Jeet, I have one question, and I think a lot of people may be aware the differences, but I think there are not too many in India. So if you can tell the viewers when they can approach High Court, although you have explained technically into 5 types of writs, but can you explain in a layman's language what is the right timing for individual to approach High Court? Otherwise, they will have to stick around in the lower court. So I think you can take it up from there.
Yes, certainly, Chandrakant. So basically, there are two types of disputes. One is private, and the other is a public dispute having a public law element. If it's a private dispute between two private entities where the state is not involved, then the jurisdiction would lie before the civil courts, trial courts, or special tribunals which have been enacted. Like, say, for example, if it's between a bank and a borrower, then there are separate tribunals like the Debt Recovery Tribunal, which has been specially enacted. Otherwise, if it's a MSME, then there's a MSME council which adjudicates disputes on payment, etc. Also, with regards to insolvency, bankruptcy, there is NCLT, there is the National Company Law Tribunal, and other private disputes with regards to land, etc. There are civil courts. Also, there are special secretary revenue and revenue tribunals, etc. But depending on the nature of disputes, the area of jurisdiction of which court can be decided. But with regards to High Court and its power, if the state or its instrumentality acts in a manner which violates any of the fundamental or any constitutional right. So, say for example, if the state machinery is encroaching upon a private land of a private individual, though there is a civil dispute, but that violation would also be a violation of a constitutional right, in the sense that right to property is still recognized as a constitutional right under Article 300A. So that person can approach the High Court for enforcement of his constitutional right. Similarly, as I said, if the police machinery has taken over your family member and illegally detained him without any charge or without any FIR, then of course you can take the remedy of habeas corpus and file a writ before the High Court, and the High Court can call upon the state machinery, its police, to produce the corpus and ask him ask why he has been detained. Also, a lot of times what happens is that even private individuals kidnap small kids, and the parents of the kids can also approach the High Court seeking the writ of habeas corpus if the police is not undertaking the search as it should in a vigilant manner. So then they can also approach the High Court, and they have approached in many cases past, where High Courts have issued the writ of habeas corpus for producing the body. Similarly, writ of mandamus can be issued for a variety of reasons, where the state machinery, say for example, in any recruitment for the public post, has violated any of the rules, or even in service, in terms of service conditions, they have not complied, or in promotion, or any other aspect where the state and its instrumentality has to act in a manner prescribed under the rules, and there is a violation of those rules which has resulted into some harm to the employees, then the employees can also prefer a petition before the High Court. And similarly, certiorari, as I said, is an appellate power, supervisory power, where if any order which has been passed by the trial court or by any tribunal which is not in consonance with law, then that can be approached before the High Court for adjudication. So these are the manners in which the persons can approach before the High Court. Also, if there's a remedy, say for example, if a police has registered an FIR on an absolutely false and frivolous allegations leveled by the informant, and if it's an abuse of the process of law, then the High Court, under exercise of its writ jurisdiction read with the Code of Criminal Procedure, can quash the FIR against the accused person if the accused person approaches the High Court. So there are a lot of ways in which you can approach the High Court depending on what right has been violated.
Thank you so much, Jeet, and in fact for explaining this. But I have one last question, which is about the subtle differences between the powers of Supreme Court and High Court. And is there a High Court in every state, or there are certain states which do not have High Court and they have to approach Supreme Court? So what is the difference, and how many High Courts we have in India?
Yes, Chandrakant, mostly every state has a High Court, except 2 or 3 states which share their High Courts. It's not that they don't have an High Court. In the 7 sisters, that is Northeast, probably a couple of states share one High Court. Also, Punjab and Haryana, though there are 2 separate states, but Chandigarh being the union territory, shares a common High Court of Punjab and Haryana. So 2 states having one High Court. Also, there are some other states where 2 or 3 states are sharing one High Court, but there are only 2 or 3 such states which are sharing. Otherwise, every state has a High Court. And union territories also, they don't have a high court, but their jurisdiction lies before the high court. So say for example, like Daman and Diu, their jurisdiction is with Bombay High Court. And Goa, though now it's a state, so they have a bench of Maharashtra High Court in Goa. So therefore, they also now have a bench which sits there. So difference between High Court and Supreme Court, I would say, is basically the power under Article 226 and 32, though are same for issuance of writ, but the power of High Court is much wide in the sense that the High Court can be approached for adjudication of a dispute which is in terms of violation of any of the constitutional right, whereas the Supreme Court can be approached only in terms of violation of fundamental rights. So the power of Supreme Court in that sense is little restricted. Not it is restricted in any other sense in terms of granting relief, but only in terms of violation of what provision which decides of what jurisdiction the Supreme Court has. Also, a difference is that against the orders of the High Court, the appeal can be preferred before the Supreme Court. So therefore, Supreme Court in that way is the last forum for adjudication in our hierarchical system. Otherwise, powers of writs are same.
Well, Jeet, it was a pleasure talking to you and learning so many things about our judicial system today. Thank you so much for coming over to our show and talking to our viewers, explaining this. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me. It's my pleasure and honor to be on this legal matters. Thank you.
Kanchan from Akulmac Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. और आज हमारे बीच में बहुत ही स्पेशल गेस्ट हैं and I'm very privileged to have him today on the show. और मैं आपको बताऊं इनके बारे में, ये फिल्मों से जुड़े हुए हैं, इंडियन फिल्मों से, और टेलीविजन की दुनिया में तो ये छाए हुए हैं अच्छी तरह से. और आपको ये भी बताऊं, आपको थोड़ा सा हिंट देती हूँ कि वो तथाचारी का रोल कर रहे हैं तेनालीरामा में. और आपने बिल्कुल सही गेस किया, जी हाँ, पंकज बेदी. पंकज जी, आपका बहुत स्वागत है हमारे इस शो में.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू. नमस्कार.
हाँ पंकज जी, ये बताइए, जैसे अभी लॉकडाउन चल रहा है और उस तरह का कैमरा एक्शन नहीं हो रहा है, तो आप बताइए आपकी तरफ क्या एक्शन हो रहा है?
देखिए, बेसिकली मैं वर्कहोलिक इंसान हूँ. मुझे काम करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है. मैं अभी जब ये लॉकडाउन नहीं था तो डेली शूटिंग पर जाता था, कैमरे का सामना करते थे, बहुत वो एम्बियंस, वो माहौल होता था. आई एम मिसिंग दैट. बट अब लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मैं पूरी तरह से लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूँ, पूरे डिसिप्लिन के साथ. जिस तरीके से हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, ठीक वैसे ही मैं लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूं. और मेरे ख्याल से सभी को वैसे ही पालन करना भी चाहिए.
आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारा डिफरेंस आया है. पहले लोग एक दूसरे से मिलते थे, तो आपकी कम्युनिटी में और आपकी नेबरहुड में किस तरह से लोगों ने इस बदलते माहौल को लिया है, वो क्या सोचते हैं?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मिलना जुलना तो हो नहीं रहा, लेकिन खुशी की बात यह है कि लोगों ने बहुत पॉजिटिव तरीके से इस लॉकडाउन को लिया है और हर तरीके से इसका पालन कर रहे हैं. लोग अपने घरों में हैं, अपने परिवार के साथ हैं, और जैसे जैसे सरकार ने, गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है, वैसे वैसे ही लॉकडाउन का पालन किया जा रहा है. लेकिन थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है कि कुछ लोग, नेगेटिव बात यह है कि सम पीपल आर नॉट ओबेइंग दिस ऑर्डर जो गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है. तो जैसे आप देख रहे हैं, आप सुनते भी हैं, न्यूज में भी चल रहा है कि पीपल आर गोइंग टू मस्जिद और बाहर जा रहे हैं, लोग ग्रुप्स में भी मिल रहे हैं. दिस इज नॉट गुड, दिस इज नॉट एट ऑल गुड. ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा उन सब से कि ये उनके लिए, उनके परिवार के लिए सोसाइटी के लिए एंड फॉर द कंट्री इज नॉट गुड, इट्स नॉट गुड। प्लीज प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए।
आप जैसे लॉकडाउन खत्म होता है एंड देयर विल बी न्यू चेंजेस व्हिच आर अकरिंग एंड व्हिच आर हैपनिंग, लोगों की सोच भी बदल रही है, तो आप क्या
जी
सोचते हैं कि आगे अगर सपोज लॉकडाउन खत्म हो जाता है तो गवर्नमेंट कैसे मेजर्स लेगी ताकि हमारी लाइफ दोबारा से एक पटरी पे आए, एक खुशहाल जिंदगी आगे बढ़े?
जी देखिए ऐसा है कि अच्छी बात यह है कि अभी तक गवर्नमेंट ने जो भी स्टेप्स लिए हैं बहुत अच्छे लिए हैं, बहुत बेहतरीन लिए हैं, और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आगे भी गवर्नमेंट ऐसे ही स्टेप्स लेगी। और हाँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि हमारी इकोनॉमी अभी उस तरीके से सेट नहीं है, गड़बड़ाई हुई है। अब हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री देखिए, हम लोग सारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री का काम रुका हुआ है, और हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में डेली वेजेस पे काम करने वाले बहुत होते हैं। अब वो बेचारे, उन लोगों की रोजी रोटी सब रुकी हुई है। लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि हमें सबको मिलजुल कर सबसे पहले तो ये जो प्रॉब्लम आई है, इस प्रॉब्लम को ख़त्म करना है। उसके बाद हम सब मिलजुल कर, सरकार के साथ मिलजुल कर, ये जो चीज़ें होंगी इसको भी सेट कर लेंगे। हमारी इकोनॉमी फिर से आगे बढ़ेगी, बहुत अच्छे से आगे बढ़ेगी, और सरकार बहुत अच्छे कदम लेगी, मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है। और हमें मुझे लगता है कि हमें स्वयं भी सेल्फ रिस्पॉन्सिबल होना चाहिए इस मामले में, और लोग अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को समझेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे लाइफ में।
तो पंकज जी, आप ये बताइए, जब लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा तो पहले दिन आप क्या करेंगे?
देखिए, कंचन जी, आपने बड़ा अच्छा सवाल किया है। लॉकडाउन, बिकॉज सबसे पहले तो मैं मिस कर रहा हूँ अपने दोस्तों को, अपने रिश्तेदारों को, अपनों को, जिनसे मैं बहुत दूर हूँ। मैं उनसे अवश्य मिलूंगा, और उसके पश्चात मैं सबसे पहला काम ये करना चाहूँगा कि जहाँ हमारा स्टूडियो है, जहाँ हम तेनालीरामा की शूटिंग करते हैं, वहाँ पे बहुत से डॉग्स हैं, जो स्ट्रीट डॉग्स बहुत से हैं, स्टूडियो में बहुत से हैं, और उनके छोटे छोटे पपीज भी हैं, जिनको मैं भी बहुत उनको खिलाता था, लेके जाता था। अब मुझे पता नहीं, आई डोंट नो उनको कौन खिला रहा है, कैसे खिला रहा है। मैं थोड़ा इमोशनल हो गया ना।
इमोशन की बात ही है।
मैं उनके पास जाऊँ।
अच्छा, नहीं, very good. It's a big applaud for you for this kind of emotion and this kind of gesture, because animal need help, and especially
Yes.
at this point of time. तो
Yes,
आगे
yes.
बढ़ते हैं पंकज जी। मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आप थोड़ा सा हमें बताइए कि आप जो सीरियल कर रहे हैं तेनालीरामा, उसमें आपके रोल के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए। आप किस तरह से आपने अपने आप को प्रिपेयर किया है इस रोल के लिए इनिशियली? और आप
देखिए कंचन जी, ये जो रोल है, दिस इज ए लाइफ टाइम रोल फॉर एनीबडी। किसी भी एक्टर की जिंदगी में इस तरह का रोल आएगा तो वो बहुत खुश महसूस करेगा, जैसा कि मैं महसूस कर रहा हूँ। इसे कंप्लीट रोल, इसे कंप्लीट कैरेक्टर। हमारे नाट्य शास्त्र में 9 रस हैं। इस चरित्र में जो तथाचार्य का कैरेक्टर है, उसमें 9 के 9 रस हैं, और आई एम वेरी हैप्पी पीपल आर एंजॉयिंग दिस कैरेक्टर, और मुझे इतना आनंद आ रहा है। एक यादगार कैरेक्टर बन चुका है। आज हमारे तकरीबन 725 एपिसोड्स हो चुके हैं, और अभी तो लॉकडाउन की वजह से शूटिंग रुकी हुई है, और जैसे ही लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा शूटिंग आगे बढ़ेगी, और फिर से वही तथाचार्य की जो मौज मस्ती है और वो तथाचार्य की जो हरकतें हैं वो चालू हो जाएंगी।
हाँ, जो
जी
जोश
जी
है।
जी
हाँ, एक्चुअली
जी
बहुत ही पॉपुलर है, मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा सीरियल लगता है। मैं टाइम निकाल के कुछ सीरियल्स हैं जो देखती हूँ, उनमें से ये तेनालीरामा भी एक है। तो बहुत
सो
ही
नाइस
अच्छा
ऑफ यू,
लगा
थैंक यू,
पंकज जी आपसे बात करके, और
थैंक यू
फिर
वेरी
हम
मच।
मिलेंगे किसी और सब्जेक्ट पे बात करने के लिए। एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच we are very thankful to have you on our show.
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। मेरी एक विनती है, प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए, अपने घरों में रहिए, और सेफ रहिए, स्वस्थ रहिए, मस्त रहिए। गॉड ब्लेस यू।
Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Assimilate Technologies, and today we have a very special program. This is called CEO Roundtable, where we have the CEOs as a panelist, and we discuss about issues which are related to business and things like that. So today we are honored to have two CEOs as panelists. One is joining us from UK, London. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, welcome to the roundtable.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody, and looking forward to a very healthy discussion.
Certainly, Neville, we are also looking forward to a very healthy discussion. So our second guest and second panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma, who is the CEO of Assimilate Technologies, and we are honored to have Kanchan on the roundtable. Welcome to the roundtable, Kanchan.
Thank you, CK, and hi, Neville. We look forward for a healthy and progressive discussion today.
Certainly will be.
So today's roundtable is about the human resources, and human resources is a very vast subject. So in limited time and limited duration, we would like to tackle one bit at a time. And today's discussion would be mostly around the teamwork. So as you know, it's a big challenge. People get hired in different companies. They get formed into different teams, and they get assigned different projects, and they have to execute, multiple things as teams. But this is a very novel thought. When we talk about this, it looks like a very novel thought that everything is working like a clog in the machine. But it's seldom like that. So the first question that I would like to ask the panelists today is, what do the employees say about the teamwork in any organization, and does the reality align to the actual website of the company? So let me elaborate this question. The organization says that, hey, you guys have to work as a team, but the website of the company does not project that image. It gives a totally different image. So is there a correlation between actual teamwork happening in the organization and the company which is projecting themselves? So Neville, would you like to take that question first?
Well, it's always an interesting question of what we say in public on the website and what happens behind closed doors in the organisation. And I actually find it's typically the other way round. We're very supportive of things on the website, and we use all of the right buzzwords, let's say. We're a progressive company. We believe in our employees. We inspire them. We encourage them. We engage them. And then the reality of life is, when you talk to the employees, it's nothing of the sort. They're told what to do, and they just have to get on with it. So they function. So, but it's rare that we actually see the website reflecting the reality in the organization. So I think that's one thing about teamwork, that or this particular arena, in that if you're a potential recruit and you look at the website, because you don't know anyone typically in that organization, you're going to be looking at what they say about their company. And of course, when you then have done all the research, as you would do as a good interviewee, you've looked at the company, you've researched what they do, you've seen what their newspaper ads have said in the past, and then you go in for interview and you ask those questions. And that's when HR are put on the spot, because now they have to, if they're being honest, they have to reflect what's happening in the organisation. And the majority of people, I find, don't even know what's written on the website. So here's an interesting one. When someone does write things on the website, do you know, as an employee or someone in HR, do you know what's there? But I think there's a disconnect. So that's my general feeling. It's very, very rare that there's a dynamic connection between what people say on their website and what actually happens. But Kanchan, maybe you've got a different view of this, or maybe it's a similar view.
Well, I will agree with your views because I think that website is merely information. First, an information is given to the public, and when we recruit employees, so they have a fine dreams and they go through the website and then they come for an interview. And when they are inducted in the company, the whole story is different because then they have to go with the core values and the concept of the company. They have to train themselves and they have to train their working style in the company, and they have to achieve what is being given on the plate, and they have to be productive. So the teamwork is starts when they join the company, and it's kind of sometimes it is kind of forced teamwork. It's not kind of very happily go merry kind of situation. But then if you are not working as a team in a company, so then that will be not good in a productive terms, and as well as in the progress of an employee as well as the company. So I fully agree the point which you have made that a website doesn't reflect what is going internally in the organization.
Well, what I have seen is that people don't tend to believe the website where they have applied for a new job. There is a new portal called Glassdoor. So I'm not sure whether the Glassdoor is popular in UK, Naval, but it's very very popular here, where it's an open platform where uh, the current employees of the company can talk anything about their current employer. So any new recruit who's trying to get into a company, I think they don't look at the website of the company to understand what these companies are selling, but they rather go on the Glassdoor and see the actual reviews of the working employees. So that is what is happening today. So it would have been better if the company has a little bit transparency in their operations, and then the Glassdoor type of websites will be out of business. Don't you think so?
Yeah, we have Glassdoor over here as well. I must admit, I've looked at it in the past, and it tends to be disgruntled employees that have been let go for one reason or another. It's an interesting approach to TripAdvisor's approach with regards to hotel and holiday stays, but the thing is, we're moving into the arena where in the digital world it is so transparent, and people can see that what you say in public, it better be pretty close to what happens in private. Otherwise, you will lose credibility. And organisations can't afford to do that these days. So hopefully we'll see a narrowing of the gap between what organisations say on their website and the reality inside. But you never know.
Yeah.
We better move to that next question. Otherwise, we'll be on websites forever.
Certainly, I think the conclusion from both panelists is that there has to be reality check for the companies, and they have to bring transparency to their working as well as what they do should be projected on the website. So that brings us to the next question, which is related to the selection process. So, Naval, I would like to ask you, when you hire people in your company, do you follow certain selection method? And if you do follow, does it really useful?
It was interesting. I don't think the companies I worked for were typical in this arena. The departments were responsible for their own hires. So if you had a vacancy in your team, you were responsible for basically replacing that individual. Obviously, a lot of help from HR, but we had a fairly small HR function. And so consequently, it was more about the operational effectiveness. And did we have a process? Well, I had a process. I don't think we had a rigid process that was adopted throughout the organization. And it was the days before Google, so it was last century. So when I had a proper job, it was probably last century than this century. I'm as a consultant these days, and I would literally, we would put an ad into the particular arena that we were looking for, and we would trawl through people we knew, and we would get their CVs, have a quick look at their CVs, and just literally identify 3 or 4 people that we thought were worthy of interview. And then the interview process was pretty straightforward. People have got to the interview because of the quality of the CV. Working in the oil industry, you tended to know who these people were as well, because it was a big joint venture type of arena. So it was almost alien to many other industries. So the first 5 or 10 minutes was asking about the CV, just proving the person's actually who they are, what they've said they are. And then we were delving into attitude, their behaviors, what they did under pressure. In many respects, nothing that you could get from a CV, and everything that you would get from an interview. And these interviews would only last, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They wouldn't need to be that long. There was no rigid an hour, hour and a half, and you pass the person on to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. But the ultimate one was, can that person fit in with the team? So the last interview, which typically was the second interview, would be meet the team and let the team literally pick you. If you're the one, you've normally identified one of 2, or maybe it's one of 3, and then it's meet the team. And it's meet the team typically in a social arena, so that your guard is down and you're relaxed and you see the real person. So I don't think that's very typical of what would go on in many companies, but it worked. So I do know in recruitment these days, my son's in recruitment, and he went through a very similar process when he was recruited into recruitment. So I thought it was quite interesting, and he literally was passed from one person to the next. So there was a consensus of opinion. It was almost like a war of attrition. So it was a full day interview. And at the end of it, they met the whole team together in a social environment. That's hard work, I mean, you try and be interviewed for 8 hours constantly, asking very similar questions put by slightly different people, so that everyone's forming a consensus. Because today, when you recruit somebody, it's an expensive exercise if you get it wrong. Just imagine all of the development you're going to be putting into that person over the next 5 or 6 months, all of the knowledge you're going to be giving them about the organization. And then all of a sudden they say, no, this isn't for me. I'm going somewhere else. So it's a really expensive exercise. So, I mean, in these post-COVID times, probably more expensive, because there are more people that potentially are out there looking for a job. It's a big arena. Sorry for taking up so much time with this one, but it is a big arena. I think recruiters need help. So we'd be interested to hear what Kanchan might have seen in her side of life as to what's happening in recruitment.
So I'll discuss or I'll tell you that I agree with a few parts of your opinion. The thing is the classification of resume and meeting a candidate and talking to them is kind of a process, and then he goes from one boss to another boss and kind of getting an opinion about the candidate. But I have seen in whole this process, there are candidates who may be little percentage wise less in communication, but well in delivery. and sometimes and you can judge because you have an experience of interviewing and meeting so many candidates. So what classification is fine, but generally what I personally feel is that sometimes it doesn't work, because once you hire a particular person on a classification based process, but when he comes on the board, the delivery part sometimes is kind of 60-70% only. So I generally go with my gut feeling, and I am not being failed till now, because I can see that a person whom I've hired has delivered, is a productive person. And if there's some downside of that person, that can be corrected, because we organize a lot of training process, and then a person also needs some time to gel with the culture of organization and the core value of organization. So I do classification, and I think it is important part of hiring any candidate. But also I put my feeling, my gut feeling, and how long this candidate will helpful to in development of organization, and also a part of a team in the organization which is already existing.
I think that's a great way of putting it. It's a gut feel. And yeah, of course, it's a gut feel. You're asking the questions and you're seeing the answers, and you can feel if that person is telling you the truth. And it's a funny thing, but you've got to experience it to actually feel it. And that means you're engaged in the conversation.
Right.
All too often, I find lots of recruiters out there are not really engaged in the discussion. They're going through, they've got a checklist of 10, 12 questions, and they just ask each question. And if they've got a satisfactory answer, there's a tick. But if they haven't got a satisfactory answer, or there's a question around the answer, they haven't got a second question. So they can't, in an interview situation, lots of young people in particular are so tense when they go into these interviews, and they're tense because they really want the job.
Correct.
And it's up to the interviewer to put that interviewee at ease, to get them relaxed, because then you get the truth. Then you get the real person.
Yes.
So to be an interview is hard work, actually. It takes a lot of practice. And until you do that practice, you never really know where you're going. The other thing I'm also finding with recruitment is that they are over-reliant on what we would call tools, but they're not using them as tools. So, for instance, a psychometric,
Right.
there's lots of psychometrics out there. And the thing about a psychometric is it's just an opinion at a point in time. Some organizations believe in these psychometrics as the way to pick their leaders going forward. And I think the message I've got for all of them is stop doing that, because they're not that good. The purpose of a psychometric, of an assessment, is to get an opinion of somebody and then have a discussion so you can find out what they really mean, what this result really means. They're good in particular instances, perhaps when you're trawling through lots and lots and lots of people, asking them 12 questions and trying to get a consensus of what they do, how they behave. When you've got thousands of people coming through, they're good in that way, because it starts to eliminate a few. Doesn't mean to say you're going to eliminate the ones that actually were probably best suited for the job, but when you've got 1,000 applicants and you've only got 5 jobs available, it's physically impossible to interview 1,000 people.
Yeah, but actually what happens that if you go with these kind of tools, sometimes the right candidate is also being eliminated. I'm not against these kind of tools to be incorporated in the interview and HR practices. But then again, the human mind and human machine is quite complex. You can't take all these parameters to really reach out to a right candidate. That's
Yeah, you're
my
absolutely
my
right. It
take.
is, in many respects, it's a little bit of a lottery. But as
Right.
you say, this is a gut feeling. You know,
Right.
you can see something there, but the person isn't quite giving it, or they're really giving it, and you're not quite sure. You know, maybe this is just too well rehearsed.
Mhm.
You can't do an AI on this. You know,
Right.
there is no sort of learning. You know, what goes on up here is quite complicated, and of course, if you're going through lots and lots of interviews in a day or a week,
Mm.
you're constantly thinking of the other questions that you've given someone else, because you want to be fair to the person in front of you.
Right.
I know some organizations that literally do back-to-back interviews, no gaps. And I turned around to the head of HR and I said, that's fine for the candidate, because the candidate each time is coming in fresh. What about your interviewer? You know, why don't you give them like 10 minutes to recharge, you know? Because that last interview could have been really hard, very taxing. If it's really taxing, you know, when you're trying to pull teeth out of the candidate, you know, give me something that I can push you on to take the next step. That's really hard. It's draining. It's not physically draining, but it's mentally draining. And we all know that after 8 hours of mental exhaustion, you're exhausted. You know, it's almost like running a marathon.
Yes, very much true.
So we all need, you know, if we're into this interview arena, as I'm sure a lot of people will be, take 5-10 minutes out in between, you know, just recharge the batteries, go for a walk, have a cup of tea or coffee, a glass of water or something, and really focus on the next candidate. So it's almost like you wind down and then you wind up again. That takes time.
You know, I remember my own experience. You know, in one of my corporate career, I was promoted, and then I was asked to find my replacement before I move on to the next role. So I knew exactly what was the job, and I selected 25 candidates. So I spent so much time, you know, making sure that the right candidates are on the table for taking over my role so that I can move forward in my life. And surprisingly, like anything else, you know, even HR has their own jargons. So they come up with all these processes, systems, and all that different methodologies. And out of this 25 people, only two candidates cleared the qualification round, and the one guy who actually got selected left the job after 2 months because he didn't fit in. So, you know, I'm very happy to handle this panel today, where both panelists, both CEOs, are agreeing to what we are discussing today. So it's a fun for me. So this brings me to the third question, and Naval, I would like to ask you that is, do you promote the team behavior, and as per your you know, gut feel or your intuition, what is the ideal team player in your company?
That's a really good question. A team player is a leader that stands up when they need to. So we're all, if you've got a team of 10 people, you're in there for a reason. Sometimes you should be in thoughtful mode, listening, reacting, you know, just generally contributing. On other occasions, you need to be out there saying things, inspiring the rest of the team, being encouraged to give your opinion, because that's how the team works. You know, like anything else, if they're my team, then in other people's language, then I'm the leader. But that doesn't mean that I lead all the time. It means that I want all of the others to contribute at the level that they feel comfortable at contributing. And then it's up to me and the rest of the team to push people into contributing at a slightly higher pace. Because next time, you want them to form the team.
You want them to be proactive. That's how we all grow. That sounds like utopia, but actually in practice, it can be done very simply. When you've got a project, you just bring everyone in together and say, okay, this is what we've been asked to do. Have we got any experience of what we can bring in quickly? You know, how are we going to approach this? Is this going to be a distraction from what we're doing? You know, you just keep asking questions to each of the people in the team and getting them to come forward. So I look for people that are going to contribute. It's as simple as that, really, and feel confident in the contribution, and know that if they say something that sounds a bit stupid, perhaps, no one criticizes them. It's all constructive. We might have a laugh and a joke. There might be a bit of banter. So you do need people that have got some resilience. You know, there's a level of business banter that always goes on. If it gets into anywhere close to bullying, then you stop it. You nip that in the bud. But some banter is very healthy. You know, it creates a good team adhesion. So the simple answer is I'd like people to want to grow. Personally, is fine. You know, as a potential leader, well, that's ideal. But not everybody wants to grow and move up the ladder, and you just have to acknowledge that and accept it.
So I think the second part of this question is you have identified a very nice person to lead a team, and you are thoroughly convinced that now this is the person, a male or a female is going to lead the team. But in your experience, do you always see the team leader connected with the team or behaving like a team leader all the time?
It's varied experience, really. Sometimes I haven't been connected with the team. You know, my mind hasn't quite been there, and then I've had to readjust and reset, and apologise and say, guys, sorry, I wasn't there. You know, I will be there now. The simple fact is, if you're not engaged with the team, you know, commitment is 100%, really. So if you're in a team room, if you brought the team together, no mobiles, nothing, unless there's someone, you know, a family member that's critically ill or something like that, something's catastrophic happened in your life, that time is now for the team. My focused energy needs to be in that team room, not what am I having for dinner, who am I playing golf with this weekend. You know, that's not being a team player. That's thinking about other things. You just need to be focused. And once teams are engaged and focused, then I always see great results. So the key to leadership, really, is to make sure that cohesion happens. So a chairman of a boardroom, you know, the chairman's got one role: making sure everyone is contributing, following the agenda, keeping to time. Is the chairman's role to make decisions? No. That's the chairperson's role. They still call it chairman over here, despite the fact it's chairperson these days, politically correct. But their role is literally just to keep cohesion, make sure things happen. They may not agree with the decisions that have been made around the table, but in that arena, the chairperson has only got one vote. If you're a team leader and you feel that the team isn't making the right decision, voice your opinion and just say, we seem to be going down a track that I wasn't expecting here. You know, can we consider this and this and this? And maybe, you know, maybe they're so far ahead, you're on the wrong track. You know, you have to recognize that, you know, the team might just grab hold of something and start running in a completely different direction. And that's the right direction. In which case, you've asked the question, go with it. Because This is, you know, this is like a consensus. This isn't a dictatorship. So yeah, I've seen good and I've seen bad, but when they all come together, when they really actively, positively working together, boy, do you get some great results.
I think what you're saying is really speaking from the heart, and you know, it's a great learning for our viewers and for me. You know, how to handle a team, how to inculcate the leadership quality, keep changing the leader, have a rotation, because every time each person cannot behave like a leader. So there are a whole lot of discussions, and the good points came out from this discussion from the panel. And we're quite honored to have Naval and Kanchan on the panel today. We learned a lot from both of you, and you know, we will, you know, welcome you in other CEO roundtable in future again. But thank you so much for joining us, Naval from London and Kanchan from India. Thank you so much for joining today.
Thanks.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, friends, and today is October 14th, and I very graciously welcome you on today's morning edition of the Morning Brew. And today's key news that we have, which requires our attention, is the first thing is about the detection of aliens. So that is something that I want to bring it to you. And the news is really is about alien calling. It's like alien calling on the phone. So friends, there can be life on other planets too, and the astronomers for the first time have detected stars that are blasting radio signals. The signals are major hint of phenomena that can be of life out there. It is revealed that the signals were detected from 19 distant red dwarf planets, and 4 of them indicated presence of planets orbiting them. So I beg your pardon, red dwarf stars. So astronomers picked up the signal from space on the world's most powerful radio antenna, the low frequency array, as it is also known as LOFAR, LOFAR, which is situated in the Netherlands. The signals were detected and being monitored by Dr. Benjamin Pope and his colleagues from universities of Queensland at Dutch National Observatory, which is also known as Astron. We have long known the planets of our own solar systems emitting powerful radio waves, and this is for the first time they have detected the radio waves coming from several star systems outside the our solar system. So this is a first big news today. Moving on. Did you know that the astronauts used a tea bag to save $1 billion space station, the International Space Station, which is orbiting 400 kilometers above Earth? The International Space Station is a potential hazard due to many reasons, with its age being one of the key factors. In 2020, astronauts used a tea bag to avert a major disaster on the space station by fixing a hole in one of its modules. After a leak was found in one of the modules of the International Space Station, which usually flies at the altitude of 400 kilometers above Earth, astronauts were left in a fix trying to find a quick solution in case things were to escalate. Usually, space station leaks air from the module throughout its journey in the Earth orbit, which takes about 93 minutes per orbit. Each day, the station loses more than 250 grams of air, which on daily basis, and it takes about 15.5 orbits during its journey. So during the time when the leak was detected, and this was a major one, the station started losing more than a kilogram of air every day. The astronauts from different countries like USA, Japan, Russia, Canada, and Europe are usually on board the station. When the leak occurred, they were compelled to look for its source in the station. To ascertain its source, they sealed all the modules, camped together in one of the extreme end of the modules of the International Space Station called Zvezda in the Russian part of the station, and they were able to detect the leak in that module, and believe it or not, they used the tea bag to temporarily seal the leak. So moving on, this is a news from the IT world, and it is not the ransomware which will be as big a threat as the new variant on ransomware called killware, which is being now talked about. A ransomware becomes dangerous threat to all countries, and the US Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas recently informed that the killerware is a variant of ransomware which is designed to take some actions which are very, very harmful for people. Mayor Katz informed the cyber incident was linked to an attempt by hacking the water treatment facility in Florida, intending to contaminate water to be distributed to residents. And this incident took place in February. So this was a specially designed ransomware which is going to cause physical harm to people, maybe deaths. So this is something which is now rapidly happening around us, and this is a time when we actually give a lot of serious thoughts to cybersecurity and make some legal networks, because this has already started to happen as more and more services are linked to the cybersecurity. Moving on, the next news is from India, and it is about Tata Motors. The Tata Motors share jumped 20% yesterday, and this is on NSE, and it has seen the 52nd week high yet again. And the reason for this excitement is simple. The Tata Motors investment, or the investment of Tata Motors in Abu Dhabi ADQ company, and they've invested something like 7,500 crores, and this has given a big boost to Tata Motors. And this whole investment is basically going to spearhead the Tata Motors electric passenger mobility business, which is EV in short. The investment would be through compulsory convertible preference shares for stake of between 11% to 15%, depending on the revenue performance. This translates into equity valuation of up to 9.1 billion. So you see, this is an actual reason of fresh investment coming in from Abu Dhabi into Tata Motors, and that is why the Tata Motors share has shot up by almost 20%. And in fact, it is one of the major equity in Indian market which has shown a lot of positive results. And yet again, this proves our point that it is because of the new wave of vehicles which are going to be produced, and that is electric vehicle. Moving on, again going back to space, the Indian scientists this time have predicted that the smaller galaxies which are orbiting our galaxy, the Milky Way, and whenever there is a fly past of these smaller galaxy, it actually causes a structural change to the larger one, which is the Milky Way. So while the universe is constantly expanding, not showing any signs of slowing down, the galaxies collide or pass close to each other in galactical flybars at times. The scientists have consensus that there could be a time when all the galaxies are too far away to even be possible from Earth, but currently several of them are moving towards each other. Some are on collision course, like the neighboring Andromeda, which is going to collide with Milky Way in about 2 billion years time. The research has been going on globally to understand the impact of such galactical flybys. A study by Indian astronomers have revealed that such flybys of smaller galaxies can cause major disruption to the Milky Way. As per the study published in the journal Monthly Notice of Royal Astronomical Society, the smaller galaxy fly past the larger one like Milky Way can lead to significant disruptive changes to its structure. The astronomer concluded that each passage of small galaxy can initiate creation of new spiral arms in larger spiral shaped galaxies like Milky Way. So this is something which has come yesterday. We will keep a track on this particular news and keep informing you as when new development happens in this area. Moving on, as you know that we have been waiting for the third wave of pandemic to hit us, and to avoid the third wave hitting India, a lot of state governments have taken drastic measures. In fact, we are all very, very careful about following the norms which have been laid down by the government and also medical practitioners. So as part of this this pandemic third wave, the government of Mizoram has said that told their citizens that you have to wear a mask as long as possible. So there has been a new surge of cases, nearly 1,000 new cases found in a small state of Mizoram, which is in the northeast. And these 1,000 cases are being reported every day for past 1 month. The government has said that they have launched a statewide campaign to sensitize citizens importance of wearing masks. That could be a very powerful tool for us to combat the virus. For next 10 days, all mask campaign was launched by the State Minister of Health, R. Lata Nigalyani, at Aswal on Tuesday, and it is actually planned to run till October 20th of this month. It will be implemented across all districts by respective deputy commissioners and CMOs. So friends, I think the only solution we have so far found is wearing a mask. And this is exactly what the state government is doing in state of Mizoram, where they're asking their citizens to wear masks at all times, at home, at whenever they are moving out of house, or whatever they are doing. So wear mask at all times. Now, finally, the big news is as of today, during a raid by the authorities, a cupboard full of currency notes were discovered in down south, the state capital of Telangana, which is Hyderabad. The net worth of this raid has been pegged at 142 crores of cash, which was stacked up in the cabinet. And as you can see in the picture, that the bundles of currency note, which has which has a money worth 142 crores, and this news has gone viral on social media. The shock is also there. The Income Tax Department recently carried out search and seizure operations on a major pharmaceutical group based out of Hyderabad and claimed to have unearthed unaccounted money worth 550 crores. During this raid, currency notes were found stuffed in carton boxes, labeled medicine, and also in huge almirah at several flats. The picture, which is doing rounds on the internet, is of the same raid on the pharmaceutical group. The company involved in this case is manufacturing intermediate for active pharmaceutical ingredients, which is also known as API formulations. And according to official release from the Income Tax Department, this money is this news is quite bewildered. All the citizens are bewildered by watching this, that so much of cash can be kept in carton boxes and also in almirah. So friends, I think this is something which is covered as part of the morning brew from Akulmek, and I'll catch you tomorrow same time with something more interesting. Friends, as you know that the Modi government had started a new initiative, which is getting your old vehicles scrapped, and in lieu of that, you can actually get a brand new electric vehicle. There are a lot of schemes available and also started by the government of India to promote the electrifying of your personal transportation system. And the scrap policy is one of the major item. And in past few days, the government has been going on a very full steam ahead, doing a lot of webinars and seminars with interested parties, trying to take this policy off the shelf and into the implementation. And one of the key item is to attract people who will actually set up the scraping unit for your old car. As of now, if your car is older than 20 years, which is personal car, and if you have a commercial vehicle older than 15 years, they will be deregistered from 1st of June 2024. So we are already in 21. I think we have 3 to 4 years time before this particular policy come into picture, and that is why government is making sure that everything is set up, and the starting point is scraping your vehicle. As far as this scraping is concerned, what you have to do is you have to take your old vehicle to the scrap yard. They will give you value of the current value of the vehicle plus 5% scrap value of your vehicle, and also a certificate. So you already got recovery done of your old vehicle. With that certificate, you go and buy a new car. You will get 5% discount on your new car. In addition, at this point in time, the government is giving you almost like a very heavy subsidy. It depends which state you are in, but state by state, there are subsidies given for adapting electric vehicle. So the Modi government is getting into a advanced gear to get this scheme rolled out, and they are looking for partners who will set up the scrape unit. As far as the scrape unit tender is concerned, anybody can become partner actually with the government. The terms and conditions are very, very simple. All you have to do is apply with the government, fulfill those requirements, and become a scraping partner, and things like that. So I think this is something like a good opportunity for people who wants to get into this side of the business, which is going to be very big in years to come because of sheer number of sheer volume of vehicles are available in India, and there is going to be so much scrappage required. So the government is getting into full gear, advanced gear, where they start building this on-ground infrastructure to enable scrappage done smoothly, appropriately for the citizens of India, so that they can scrap their old technology vehicle and move on to a more advanced electric vehicle, which are also very, very environment friendly. And as of now, there are two states who have already reached the advanced state of preparedness, which is Gujarat and Assam. A lot of companies have responded to these tenders, and they are getting into the first list of shortlist by the two state governments. And very soon they will have this infrastructure ready in these two states, which is Assam and Gujarat. I'm sure there is an opportunity by other states also, businessmen who wants to get into these tenders. I am bringing this information to you because if you are an entrepreneur, and you want to venture into new side of business, new type of business, this is something which is an opportunity for you. Maybe if the tenders open up in your state, you can venture into that area and set up the scrape units for vehicles which are cemented at your scrapyard. So friends, I will meet you in the next one, but just in case if you have any comments, do write in, I will respond.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma and today is Wednesday and we are discussing music. And you know that Indian Raga is a unique and central feature of Indian classical music tradition. And to discuss this, we have a special guest in our episode. So stick around to this episode till the end. It will be very interesting episode for you. Welcome back, and today is Wednesday and you know that we have Dr. Shambhavi Das with us, and with whom we will be discussing Raga of the day, and we'll also be listening songs she will be singing for our audience. Dr. Shambhavi Das is a well-known music therapist and she also teaches music. She has her own academy, Surdemi. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome her. Welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchanji, for inviting me once again. I'm really glad to be here. I'm doing very good. Thank you.
Well, as usual, we would like to know what rag we are discussing today.
So today I will be discussing Rag Shiv Ranjini, which is very popular in Bollywood songs, I mean the old movie songs. And it has a lot of therapeutic aspects as well, which I would like to discuss.
Well, before we start and discuss this raga, we would like you to sing something so that people can correlate and understand the raga.
Sure, sure.
It's really I really feeling very good after listening this song. So let's discuss the raga of the day today.
So this is Shiva Ranjini, and it's a pentatonic raga. It's a 5-note raga. Sare, and as you just heard, it's a pathos raga, and it is very, very important for depression patients. Because it vents out the feelings in the depressed people. So if you are a very sorrowful and if you listen to this song for a longer time, it will create a little urge to cry, and chemicals which normally built up during the depression, and it may result in a very dangerous diseases like heart attack. So if you cry and vent out, so when your tears come out, it is very important. And now even the big researchers have shown that crying is very, very important if you have some stress, tension, and if that stress takes a very advanced stage like depression, MDD, major depression disorder. So obviously it may create a lot of problems. So tears are very good for the survival of your brain and for your life. So that because it actually saves you from many major problems. So this rag is very good for venting out, for releasing the tears. This is the psychological one. And one issue, physiological, is that it reduces the Agni Tattva, the heat in your body. So, sa, sa re ga pa da sa da pa ga re sa. Just 5 notes are there. Ma and ni, as you just might have observed, it's not there. Ga is the lower ga. Sa re ga, it's not the pleasant one. It's lower, so it's giving a very sorrowful meaning. It's a very good meaning. Shiva Ranjini means Shiva when he got fearsome. So this Shiva Ranjini, Shiva is Lord, Shiva Ranjini is to please. So this raga was used for pleasing Lord Shiva when he was in a fearsome mode. So this rag is very, very effective when you have certain feeling like fear, insecurity. Actually, fear and insecurity are the root causes of stress and tension. You might not know, but you have some certain fear, financial fear, family fear, any fear or stress or insecurity. So this rag makes you vent out that fear in many ways, and it reduces the heat which is coming out. It's a midnight raga also, so it's very, very important. It's very effective when you listen to certain ragas at a very correct time. So this raga is meant for 12 at night to 3 at night. So when at that time when you listen to the raga while asleep, it's very, very effective at that time. And it's a pentatonic raga, and it gives you a pathos feeling. Even it's a Shringarik raga, and sober romance means not a very pleasant one, but sober romance means viraha. Romance which is more mixed with the sorrow, agony.
Well, yeah, I've been discussing raga for such a long time, and as a person, I came to realize that music is a very important aspect of well-being of human life, and everybody should learn music. So now, when I have this realization and really feel that music in the school has to be taken as a major subject, not a kind of extra activity. So, what you feel about this?
It should definitely, but the problem is our culture or whatever culture, when people always run towards the streams where you are more financially secured. Now, when it comes to arts and music, we all know that the policy makers are not doing much for anything because they think that it doesn't have that usefulness. If you go to the science side, then you have a lot of funding. If you go to the technology side, if you're an engineer, so the moment you finish the studies, half of the companies are standing beside you to recruit you. But in our cases, we have done PhD, and there are a lot of people who are doing so much in this area, but to some extent, it will take a long time for music and arts to come into certain mainstreams because of the policy making problems, because of although in the West, now they are still funding, they have that feeling of usefulness through music and music therapy. Now music therapy as a field is emerging, so when it goes to the hospital, maybe in another few years, when it goes to the hospital, when it goes to the educational centers, when we make it like a department, when they see the change and when they see that the holistic treatments are changing people from the root, then it might take a change, and it might, in schools also, the kids might learn that it should come into the mainstream. But as of now, it's a very big problem, especially in India, because it's not giving you money. if you are really if you are really have some wisdom, and you feel that, like we do always feel, okay, whatever less we are getting, it's okay, at least we are enjoying our lives, we are not stressed out, we are lesser stressed out. So this feeling has to come from the family, that the parents should tell the kids that it's okay whatever field you take. In these fields, when it comes to the financial, you have to work a lot harder to achieve that, financial positions. Because even in these fields, I have seen in the COVID areas, many maestros died because of the deprivation of money, and they appealed to the government, because there were no concerts, even big maestros, the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushans. They appealed to the government to have the money, like they wanted money for the survival. And yes, government did help little bit because they were maestros. But what about the veteran people who are still, and there are many. So I think the change will come, but right now it will take time. And there are many ways for the kids. When I teach kids, I always tell them the purpose of learning music, and what ragas, how the ragas help you. So when you teach your kids that, okay, this raga should help this, and this is why you are learning, because of your good focus, because of your good memory, this is why you are learning music, then the kids will crave to become a musician. So that element will go, that okay, whatever the money problem, I just want to pursue this field. So I think in the kids, in the schools, they should be told about how music, what is the purpose of music, what is the scientific use of music. So they have to be told in a very logical way. Otherwise, it will be, roll up behind.
You mentioned a very thought-provoking point, and I think that policymakers, as you mentioned, they should be more concerned about these streams like music and, of course, other paintings and frescoes making, because even if we go behind, I mean, in the antiquity, I feel that we can come out of the life of the people by really going, looking into the case painting and other stuff, which are I can say it's more of artistic manufactured in those time in antiquity. So yes, I think music has to be given a due place in our curriculum in the school, and parents along with the policy makers, even the school professional should think about it, because it is a very, very serious aspect of well-being and human development, right?
Definitely.
So before we close it, this episode, I would like to hear one more song based on today's raga.
So there are many ragas in Shivaranjani, like तेरे मेरे बीच में कैसा है ये बंधन अनजाना, मैंने नहीं जाना, तूने नहीं जाना. This is one. Then दिल के झरोखे में तुझको छुपा कर, यादों को तेरी मैं जोगन बना कर रखूंगा मैं दिल के पास, सुन लो मेरी जाऊंदार, बना के क्यों बिगाड़ा रे नसीबा, ऊपर वाले. So you can just see that even the lyrics in this rag are so pathos, agony oriented, karun ras. So there are many songs, especially जाने कहाँ गए वो दिन, कहते थे तेरी राह में ना 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 बिछाएंगे, चाहे कहीं भी तुम रहो, चाहेंगे तुमको So there are many such songs in Shivaranjani, and it's a beautiful raga to
Well,
listen to.
as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today and listen to the music and understand the raga of the day. And somebody who wants to learn music, I think they can contact you directly or they can contact us. We'll pass your link to Dr. Shambhavi Das. And it is the right time to really introduce your music with ourselves, and people can learn because they are following social distancing. So, as usual, I said it's lovely talking to you. We'll meet again with different
Thank you so
raga.
much.
Till then,
Thanks
bye
for
bye.
having me.
Yeah. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Sure, bye. Thank you.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live. I'm Chandrakant. Today, everybody is working from home, and because of that, there is always easy access to our televisions. Whenever we switch on the television sets, we always hear something sensational. You know, whenever you switch on, whether it is day, night, in the afternoon, the news channels are creating so much sensation nowadays, so that you're always glued on to the news channels. Also, you keep thinking about these sensational news which are being fed to you, whether these news are fiction, facts, or fakery. We will discuss this today with our special guest who's joining us from UK. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you there is a QR code right now on the screen, and this is a very user-friendly way to get connected with us. All you have to do is point your camera from your mobile phone onto this QR code while the video is still running, and you will get connected to us instantly. We will start our discussion after a short break. Please don't go anywhere, as an outstanding show coming up right now. Welcome back, friends. And today we have a very interesting thing to discuss with our guest today, Mr. Naval Gund. Welcome to the show, Naval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we've got a very interesting subject today, which CK and I have been talking about for, well, ever since we were little lads watching the BBC back in the 1960s, where everything was a fact. The news reporter came on the TV and you were glued to it because there was only like 5 minutes, and you were glued to these facts that were being shown. And some were amazing facts, like the Apollo missions of, you know, the Americans and the Chinese and the Russians going into the space arena and doing wonderful things. And we all went, oh, wow, isn't that wonderful? Isn't that brilliant? And we were being fed this information, and we were taking it in and thinking, wow, it's brilliant, you know, this is great. And then we were hearing about wars, and we were thinking, this isn't so brilliant. We need to stop it. But they were facts, not fake news, but factual news. And today, I think, CK, what we've found is there's too much speculation out there that's stopping us thinking, that's feeding our mind with gossip, innuendo, what ifs, what might be, what never will be, but we're going to discuss it anyway because it's interesting. And I can see you've got a bit of a smile on your face there. So come on, you must have been seeing things recently that it's just all gossip. It's not real facts.
Naval, basically, I keep having a discussion with my father because my father is always fond of news because he's from the generation where they used to read newspaper. In fact, when we were kids, we were taught to read the newspaper before we go to the school. So I think that's the habit that the previous generation had. And they literally believe, my father literally believes whatever is being shown on the TV. And he also give examples. it came in the newspaper, whereas there is no newspaper around, so it's like it's like proving the point that, hey, this news is absolutely accurate and correct because it came in the newspaper, even though he has seen that on the TV. So I think the reality of the situation is that I don't believe whatever is being shown on the TV, and I definitely have debate with my father about what he is believing, and it may not be true. I think that is where we are today.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, as you say, your father and my father, similar age. My father's sadly passed away, but I have these arguments with him even now. Really, when I'm thinking about it, he says the written word. That newspaper that used to come to the home every morning, and our teachers would say, you need to read around the subject. How many times when you went to university did your teacher say, read around the subject? In other words, the internet wasn't there when I was at university. We had a huge library, and the only reading around the subject was physically going to somewhere and reading a book, reading literature, reading a pamphlet, reading a magazine. And you believe they were all facts, as we do with our holy books, but they're all facts, Why? Because they're so many thousand years old, they've got to be facts. They've been proven time and time again. But today, I think we need to take a step back, and we need to start thinking of the reality that it is for us. So if we see, for instance, we see wars all over the world. We see fighting in the street. But does that mean when you open your front door, there's fighting in your street? Now, I know people that think that that's happening, and they won't go to their front door because what they see on the news, they're translating in their mind to say, well, this must be downtown where I am. And it doesn't take a lot of imagination to work out that actually that it could well be true in the future. But the thing is, it's not true now. And it's a lot of speculation that's happening out there that we need to start thinking for ourselves. Did I really hear that? Well, actually, let me flick to another channel, because we can do that. We can flick to it. There are so many news channels out there, frankly. You can flick to another one. And don't get used to listening to one person, because if you just listen to one person, you're not really necessarily getting the truth. You're getting the interpretation of that one individual. And this is where influence around the world are having a big impact on people. Oh, I've seen it on Instagram. It's a brilliant, it's a diet pill. It's absolutely fantastic. It works for them. Yes, they're getting paid thousands of dollars to tell you, because they're an influencer, that this diet pill works. Go and Google diet pill and doctors and the Lancet, and you will find there's a lot of information out there where doctors basically say you can fall for this if you like, but actually you need to change your life. You need to change your lifestyle to improve your condition, to improve your health. So, and again, a lot of this is common sense, but common sense isn't common practice. But I think the message for today is give yourself a reality check. Please don't believe everything you see on the TV. It's not real. Just like Star Wars, it's not real. It might be sometime in the future if we've got Jeff Bezos's world or Richard Branson's world that wants to push the final frontier. It may well be in the future, but it's not real today. And the thing about this is you've got some fantastic directors, TV and film directors out there that make it look like reality. And you get carried away into it, but it's not reality. Elements of it are very true because there are people there and people think like people. Now that can be good news, but actually it can be bad news too. So the message today is give yourself a reality check. When you see something on the TV, take a second look. It may just be an advert that you would like to see happening.
but opposed to that, it could be just a bit of fake news. And the other thing is, of course, I don't think any of these news programs that are out there are deliberately putting things out there to make us all feel bad. It's just that that's the way news is, you know? Bad news sells. Any publicity is good publicity. Don't you remember that phrase? Or was it Wanamaker, as it once said, back in the sort of 50s? If I know that 50% of our advertising is working, I just wish I knew which 50% it was. And it would make life so much easier. And so such is true with reality check on the TV, on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Twitter. Some things that are out there aren't necessarily real. Only you can apply that reality check. But you need to do it. And the only way you can do that is start thinking and having a good conversation with people like CK here. Go and have a chat with him because he's got his 1 foot firmly rooted to the ground. So, good subject for today, CK. It's a bit big, isn't it, really? We're trying to make it light-hearted, but it is quite an intellectual discussion when you start to delve into the reality of life. What's real? What's imaginary? What is pure fiction that we've created? What say you?
Well, Neville, I think the whole media business is run by the advertisers, and there is something called TRP. I don't know whether you've heard that word in UK. There is something called TRP. So in India being such a large country, the TRP numbers are off the roof, actually, if you look at the numbers. And everyone is fighting for getting the highest TRP for their video channel. And in the media business, the top one takes all. You know, when I say top one takes all, that means the highest TRP channel will get all the advertising credits, whatever they can get. So if somebody is selling his car or some other merchandise, they will always go to the highest TRP bidders. And their pricing for advertising runs for 10 seconds and a batch of 10 seconds. So you can imagine, there is so much money riding on these channels. And that is why they sensationalize every news. So if you switch on the TV, there is always some sensational activity going on the TV. So I think that is one thing which is wrong. And I think time has come right now to pay for the media, because so far when we switch on the TV, we actually get free media. And we are fed certain fiction, which is either created by certain lobby or even by governments. We don't know. We have no way to evaluate that. And you gave the suggestion of watching multiple channels and analyze. I don't think everybody will be able to do that, because it takes a lot of time. What I feel is possible is coming out with a paid media where people actually pay their good money, and hence media is not dependent on TRPs and advertising, and they will be coming out with the real facts because they are getting paid from the viewers directly. This is what my suggestion is.
Well, a lot of people can't handle the truth. They don't like facts. They like to live in their little bubble. But I think now it's got to such high proportions that we can be taken in by the biggest scams out there. And I think this is another message that I'm saying at the moment. I get inundated with texts and telephone calls. Typically, this is Amazon. Your contract will renew for $79.99. Now, I pay $9.99, $7.99 for Amazon. And if someone said, this is Amazon, and, immediately you start to wake up and you think, oh, $79.99? I've gone for the premium package. Press 5, and all of a sudden you're charged £100 because you've actually pressed 5. And it apparently is perfectly legal. They've got round, the law somehow, and you can get really stung quite badly. And scams on emails. I've had emails from Coca-Cola, and then when I look at it, it says coca-cola1.com. That's not from Coca-Cola, but the headline is in there. It says Coca-Cola because they've managed to manipulate their Outlook to make it look like it's Coca-Cola. So this is scam arena, and it starts with you being gullible by looking at what you're watching and believing every single word. So this has got a much bigger issue. Cybersecurity is a massive topic. Such a big topic that I'll be launching something brand new next year for around cyber kids, helping our young children utilize the internet properly so they can get the benefit from it without being subject to personal grooming or bullied. This is a huge issue. We've seen it with even the England team. These are grown-up men, and they're being cyber-bullied by complete idiots, frankly, who have got nothing better to do than to make your life hell. Well, if you had huge resilience, you could just brush it off. My parents used to say, my mother in particular, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. So call me what you like, folks. I'm really not bothered. It's not going to hurt me. And that's what we need with our young children. You've got young kids, CK. They need to become resilient, not obnoxiously resilient, so that, get out of my way. I'm more important than anybody else, but just personally resilient and competent so that they live and they're respectful of other people. But they're also smart, and they can sniff a scam from 100 yards or 100 meters, depending on how you measure. And that's what we need. And we're losing that ability. And unfortunately, we're losing it because we're being bombarded with all of this stuff that they call social media. Starts with the TV, goes onto the internet, and it's on all of these platforms. Just start looking at yourself. What do I believe? Why do I believe it? Do I really like this person? And the point is, it's your life, it's not theirs. Don't let them influence you unnecessarily. So there's a much, much bigger message here, but it all starts with taking that reality check. And if you don't know, if you listen to it, and you think, oh, actually, maybe there's a bit of truth in that, have a conversation with someone else so that you can then discuss it amongst yourself as to whether or not it's real and how, even if it is real, what impact it's going to have in your world. Because there are a lot of things out there that we cannot affect. We cannot change. But one thing we can change is how we react to it. So it's a huge subject, CK, and as I say, we've delved into the other side now, the cybersecurity issue, that personal protection, the grooming, the scams, and it all starts with you. How good are you at listening to what's really going on out there? Fascinating subject, CK. Thanks for raising it today, and hopefully it's given people a bit of food for thought.
Yes, Nabil, I think this is very important, and I think the message has been driven. Hopefully viewers start following what you just gave as an advice. This is a very vast subject. We can pick one of these leaf of the discussion today and then make 24-hour long series, but I think we are not going to do that. Thank you so much for finding time and just touching the upper level of this whole problem which is affecting all of us today. But we will catch up with you tomorrow on something more interesting.
Absolutely, CK. Just like anything else, all we've done is scratch the very tip of an iceberg. And we all know what icebergs are. There's about 10% above the water and 90% below. And it's the 90% below that we need to get to, because that's where it's going to make a big impact. Nice to see you, CK. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy your day.
Don't believe everything you hear.
Bye-bye for today.
Cheerio.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. And today we want to discuss about how we can drive ourselves. And in fact, I never thought about how can I, utilize my energy, which is finite, and therefore it's a very big subject to discuss. I will be joined by a special guest today to tell us more about this whole thing, how we can optimize our energy levels. So without further ado, let me welcome Mr. Kevin Cottam. He is the CEO of Go Nomading PT Limited, and he is joining us from Singapore. So let's welcome him.
Drum roll.
So Kevin, how are you today? Welcome, and we look forward to learning so many new things from you today.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I just got off doing a webinar for PayPal, and we were talking about energy management, actually, because of Mental Health Day yesterday. And so, yeah, it was very exciting to do so. So I'm happy.
Well, friends, we are live right now across all social media, including Instagram. And if you have a question, you can actually use the chat function to indulge with Kevin on the show live, and we will display your name and ask that question. So, Kevin, energy management, that is what we want to discuss today. As I said, I have never thought about energy management be linked to my performance and my mental state. What is your opinion about this? I mean, before we start going deep into it, can you tell us, how does these two are related?
Energy and management, is that what you mean? Energy and management, how are those two related? Or, yeah. Well, so there's a book out called The Power of Full Engagement, which was written, I believe, in the early 2000s. And it's by Tony Schwartz and Joe Lure. And so they say that energy, not time, is the fundamental currency of high performance, which I love this quote very much so. So it's talking about energy, not time, as a fundamental currency. So currency can be money, can be a river, can be a current. It's all of this it is a flow. So energy is a current, right? So and within us, it's very important that we understand that we all have energy. We're built on energy. That's how the world exists and the planet exists, is on energy, not necessarily on time. And how we fill the time. And I think for us how do we manage this energy that we have, or lack thereof of energy? And because of all the situation of mental health and all of this particulars, I would say that our energy is really taxed. I mean, the great thing about understanding it is that how do they come together? We consciously as human beings love to manage things. And so, but I think it's the awareness of understanding that first of all, our bodies and everything that we do is driven by energy. And so it's a currency and it is finite. However, the great thing is we are renewable. We're just like a renewable battery. We are able to, if we use the right input. So that is important. And so that we get rid of the stuff that doesn't gain that drains us of energy, but also bring in what actually accelerates and boosts our energy. And I think that's the important thing, is how do we balance that? How do we manage that? That's what we're talking about.
I think many people would say that, it's a science, because you talked about energy, electricity, kinetic energy, we are like batteries and stuff like that. So how can we use science to understand what is our need and how we can plan it to our progression and also eventually increase our performance? Do you have any thoughts on this?
Science, science has done an awful lot of work, I believe, in different areas around energy. You just need to talk about MC squared, M is equals MC squared, right? And so energy, and Einstein was an incredible input of how we can look at science and how energy is used. But I think, it's not just a science, it's also an art. And you brought that up a little bit earlier. And I just want to share with you, the art is in the management of ourselves and being able to do that, and mixed with the science of understanding that our energy is depleted, and our energy is depleted in different ways. And so the different ways that it is depleted and also boosted is through the mental energy, the physical energy, the social energy, the emotional energy, and the spiritual energy. So all of these are capacities, a way we can build our energy and gain from, but it also can drain us depending on the negativity and things. There's also a wonderful bioscientist, and he's a psychologist, he's a scientist, and his name is Dr. Stephen Gilligan. And he says the river runs through you until it doesn't. So the river runs through you until it doesn't. So what does that mean? It means that this currency of energy is constantly running through you until it gets a blockage. It gets a dam that's put in front of you. It gets a congestion which is put in front of you. It gets, all of these are things that happen until it doesn't. Then that's when the blocks are happening. And that's where we start to find different ways of having to deal with burnout and all sorts of things that happen in our lives. And this has to do with the science of our bodies, right? And this is important, that we understand that we are energetic beings. And that is about movement. Everything is in movement. So you use the word kinetic. So whether it's kinetic or potential energy, right? It's kinetic energy is the energy of movement. Potential energy, which is still, but it moves. There's still energy within it. It's bound. It's not free. And this is important to be able to have the balance between this potential, which might be silent and unbounded inside, and to be able to mix it with a dynamic and bounded way of living, so that the two bounds, who equalize each other, help to certainly work together to give us that impetus of having an energetic body, and therefore we're able to make better decisions, better conversations, all sorts of things that can drive, because energy is what we move from. And how do you get it? You need to have the right food. Food can either drain it or also accelerate it. We have to have exercise. We have to have good thinking. We have to have enough sleep. We have to have water. All of this stuff is science, and it's also an art of how to create this good food so that it is actually, helping us. We get enough nutrition. So our bodies are science, and the way they work together inside of us is like an art form. So everything is helping us in that sense.
Well, Kevin, I think what you're telling us that we can use science to evaluate our energy requirement. We need to have right patterns to sleep, right things to eat, depending on our situation. So we can actually use science to find out what is my need, and then I can have the right ingredients to generate potential energy and kinetic energy within our body. So I think that part is clear. But I think the question is, what gives me kick is different from what gives you kick, or what gives the other person a kick, because each person gets a different kind of kick in their life. And this is
absolutely
So I think science is very methodical. You can make your Excel spreadsheets and you can follow the diet patterns, sleep patterns, and all that. But when it comes to this aspect, which is the art side of whole thing, it's very difficult because it's very subjective. Do you have any suggestions to our viewers about controlling their life by utilizing the energy in positive things? I think that is really why I'm asking.
So I like to use the metaphor of a bank account. So a bank account, you have credits and you have debits. All right. And you also have a balance sheet, and you also have an investment portfolio, and you also have a variety of different bank accounts, perhaps. And we look at these individually. So in each bank account that we have, there might be the mental bank account, the physical bank account, the spiritual, social, and emotional bank accounts. And in there, we need to do an audit. We need to do an audit in our lives. What drives and gives us energy in that particular, or credits our energy in that particular bank account, and what also debits it. And so once you find out this audit, you can, because it is independent, it is subjective, it certainly is, everybody is different. Whatever gives you a kick, as you say, is different than what I get as a kick. So that's why the audit must be done individually, because it's not the same for everyone. But there will be some habits which do certainly overlap. It's just how do we do them and how do we interact with them? The important thing here is making micro steps towards a more energetic balance in your life. So I suggest is that you do an audit and you look at what credits and what debits that you have. And those debits, do you want to get rid of them, or do you want to transform them into something else, or do you just want to stop them completely? But it's a bit like looking at negative and positive, but it is looking at what boosts and what drains, or it's like credits and debits. So that's what I'm looking at, think of it as a bank account, because this is currency. Currency is a movement. And that is what we do in a bank account. It is always moving, sadly enough. It's mostly going out as opposed to coming in. But the point here is that often at different times of our life, that more is going out and not as much coming in the way that we have energy and things that drive our energy. And that's where the mental health issues have increased, is because the debits are high at this point in time. We need to find lesson, and we need to find more things in our lives that will energize or credit our life.
I think you're using a very interesting analogy when you try to compare it with banking system and talk about debits and credits. But I think it's easier said than done, and you definitely require, any normal human being will require a guru, a teacher, who will teach all this about what gives you kick, because I think energy is finite and we have to utilize the energy in the right fashion. So do you have any suggestion, tools, techniques, or how do we do it, or people can reach out to you? What is your suggestion in order to properly budget our energy on a daily basis?
Yeah, you need a coaching accountant. Yeah. So, well, I think that first of all, it's the awareness, understanding the awareness, and most people don't want to spend the time to sort of, oh yeah, I get a kick out of doing exercise, fine, and then they forget about it. They don't realize and internalize that actually gives them something, and so that when they're not doing that kick, is that they start to feel lethargic. They start to have the effects of something this, and they forget that that's what gives them the kick or the energy or the credit, a bank account. So as far as I'm concerned is that, again, it's about awareness, sitting down and doing an audit. I mean, everybody can do an audit. If you don't balance your bank account, which I've never done, but I've audited and looked at how much I'm spending and how much I'm also earning, that type of thing. And that's important for us to understand. Working with a coach is absolutely incredible to be able to do that, because we can then look at what is energizing you and what is not in those particular. And we can talk it out. We can then identify it by writing it down. We can identify it through different processes. I have a variety of life hacks that I suggest to people, and whatever gives them excitement, and just as examples. And also, I think that is on my website. And also, I have a form, which is a life wheel, which is the investment portfolio that I suggest that this is how we are invested in our lives, which is in money or energy. And also, there's two different types of audits that you can do. And I think, yeah, so if people are interested, these are free downloads on my website. They're able to have this, which I think is important. Just remembering also the mindset is something that's important that goes along with, because that's energy as well as everything is. And it's what will drive, it will drive you. So mindset, when I was in Mongolia, a young girl said to me, mindset is your capital. So if you think about that, capital, what is that? That is currency, that is money, that is investment, that is your mindset, is energy. And it is also what will drive your performance in many ways. And that's why you need to know what drives it. That's one of the things that also, for example, and why people don't perform well, right, is because they're given tasks at work that don't drive or inspire their energy. They actually drain them. And this is one thing that we don't think about. We just think, get the job done. It is about, well, what does inspire me? What would drive me? And we don't look at that. We're too busy, apparently. Doing what I don't know.
Well, I think you're making a lot of sense, because I think this is the most important aspect of our life. So before we get on to other things, I think we need to fix our energy utilization, because if we are just wasting our energy in some useless activities, we are not achieving, we are not performing. And in the end of the day, our mindset is very negative. So I think you're making a lot of sense, Kevin. And, you have given, free information to our viewers. I think that is great. But just in case, if people want to reach out to you just for this aspect of understanding how to utilize their energy, is there a place they can write to you? I mean, they can write to us. We will make that connection happen, but they can also...
Yeah, they can make the connection through you, Chandra, or they can also connect with me at my website, or which also they can connect with me at info@kevincottam.com. Sure. And my website is www.thenomadicmindset.com. And so happily, if you want to be able to connect with me, I'm grateful to chat, share.
In fact, I really loved today's discussion. It opened up my mind. I think that is one more aspect that we should think through before taking up any task during the day. Apart from checking our mails and checking our calendar, I think this is something that we must also do. And you also use very powerful word today, which is audit of energy, which is finite. So Kevin, thank you so much for giving us all this information and knowledge. We will catch up with you in the next one.
Great. Thanks enough a lot, Chandra. I'm really happy to be here and sharing.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live, and I am Chandrakant. We are celebrating 75th Independence Day of India. It's a big celebration, and it is also the time when we actually take pledge. And the pledge is not like your resolution. Pledge is a pledge. That means we actually do it. And to discuss what pledge we will take going forward, I will be joined by a very special guest from UK. She is also a beauty pageant and also a doctor. So without further ado, let me present Dr. Neha Sharma to you. After a small break, I will join you back along with the guest. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends. So I'm pleased to have Dr. Neha Sharma in our show today. Neha, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Thank you, CK. I'm absolutely well and thrilled to be back, and a very happy 75th Independence to you as well as to my entire nation.
Thank you so much. And to all Indians spread across the world, we are celebrating our Independence Day, and it's a big celebration for us because it's 75th. So it's a sort of a special day. And there are new movies. I think as a family, we are planning to see movies. But I think let's get back to our discussion, which is how do we improve lifestyle and what sort of pledge we should take to improve our lifestyle. And we have a doctor in the show. She will tell us more about it. So Dr. Neha, why don't you tell us what can help us improve our lifestyle this year?
Sure, CK. Thank you for inviting me here, and I'm very thrilled and excited. Like, this is always my favorite topic about well-being and lifestyle. And I feel that since last 1.5 years, now it is more than 1.5 years since this COVID pandemic has started, a lot of things in our lifestyle has been changed. And obviously, time to time, so many people, so many healthcare professional coaches, they come and stress about a healthy living and a healthy lifestyle. And this is all about just because in this rat race of being in this mad race of our life, we have forgotten somewhere that the most important wealth in our life is our own health. And obviously, even Mahatma Gandhi has said the real wealth is health, not the gold and silver. So that's why it is very important to understand its value. And unfortunately, we are still, like we say, that this is our 75th independence. And obviously, it took us a long time to get this freedom. But we are still enslaved with modern yet debilitating lifestyle. And I feel that sometimes this unhealthy lifestyle has become a norm kind of thing among ourselves. So let's take a pledge today, and I'm here to speak about what are the 15 most crucial bad habits which we should get rid of today, and we should take a pledge that we will achieve independence in terms of improving our well-being by quitting these 50 unhealthy lifestyle. And that is why I'm here today, CK.
I think this is going to be a very interesting show, and all of us will learn from you today what are the things which we are doing wrong and what we can do to improve our lifestyle. So I'm very eager to know from you what you're going to talk next and what you're going to talk us into in next few minutes.
Sure, CK. So first of all, obviously, this was a necessity in last 1.5 years that we have completely moved to social media, use of telephone. And obviously, it's something which has become now an addiction. So my first thing is using the social media and the social media platform and your phone very, very wisely. Okay. Although in one way it has helped us to connect from our relatives, from our friends, which are sitting far away, but at the same time, it has got its own pros and cons. Obviously, too much excessive involvement with the phone is something which even I am trying to de-addict myself. And I know that how much important it is specifically at this point when we all are far away from each other, we can't see each other. But at the same time, we have to be very realistic to what extent we should use again. The first thing is being very cautious about your phone use. And obviously, because of this too much activity on the social media, which is happening, the second thing which is happening is, which is more commonly seen, is cyberbullying. And like a lot of people here, even at UK and some of my known people, they have been a victim of that as well. So the second thing is, even though you're using a social media, please use it for a right cause, to create a right awareness among the people, but not to bully others, and use it very, very wisely. Whatever you're posting, it has got its own pros and cons. So just be very careful what you're posting on the social media. The third thing I would say is, obviously, it's all about your food. And what you weigh or what you are is reflected in what you eat. And that's why it's very, very important for a healthy living to ensure that you are eating a balanced food which has got variety of vegetarian and like plants and fruits. And I'm a vegetarian, so I'll not say about the non-vegetarian stuff, but obviously those who love to eat non-vegetarian food, just eat in proportion. This is what I'm going to say. Like nothing is bad, nothing is, but we have seen from our experience, a lot of diseases are being associated with the animal food as well. So be very, very cautious in terms of what you're eating. Okay. And one of the things which I would like to say is that today, when I came for this session, I thought that I'm just going to dedicate this session to one of my very beloved mentor, Dr. Kailash Chand, who was an honorary vice president of British Medical Association. And he was an Indian doctor, and he came here in UK and was one of the most lovable doctor here in NHS, and who has done a lot of things to improve the NHS, also to support the immigrant doctor. And sadly, we lost him a few weeks back, and my heart goes for him. And I really wanted to spread his message, which he has always tried to do that through this session as well. One of the things was his own son, Dr. Asim, is a cardiologist, and he is spreading a right message about to quit the sugar. And when we say about healthy lifestyle, it's very, very important to ensure what you're eating. And one of the messages which Dr. Asim is trying, which I would like to share as well, is quitting sugar. And a lot of studies has happened, a lot of research has happened, and it has shown that a lot of cardiovascular diseases are reversible by quitting sugar. And I think if we see our Indian diet, it is more rich in carbohydrates, more rich in like sweet is an essential part of our food. Like wherever you go, somebody will definitely serve you sweets. And this is something that even I am trying. Like I think probably when I saw this, after losing Dr. Kailash Chand, like it was really like a shock for all of us. But one thing I decided was that if I can quit sugar, that will be my tribute to him. And this is what I've been trying, although like I don't take sugar in my coffee and drinks, but again, like sometimes I take chocolates, and I'm in love with croissants as well. So I do try. So one of the things which I'll highly recommend is quitting sugar. And obviously, if you quit sugar, you will see that even it will help you to improve your health. It will help you to reduce your weight. Even from a cardiovascular point of view, if you have got some cardiovascular disease, it is been proven through the research that it is reversible after quitting that. So, and a lot of market, like if you see the market right now, a lot of food industry, they're endorsing this thing and that thing. It's all myth, because people know that we have adopted an unhealthy lifestyle, and therefore these industries and these companies, they have got a chance to come in the market for a quick weight loss and this and that. And I don't believe in that. The first thing is you need to pay attention. What are you doing? What are you eating? And the other most important thing, how much water you're drinking. This is also very important, that ensure that you're drinking a right proportion of water, like at least 2 to 3 liters, because this is something which is needed for your healthy digestion, for your skin, for all your metabolic activity which is happening inside your body. So my fourth thing would be ensuring that you are drinking a lot of water. And third thing, as I said, was about the food. Okay. If there's any questions, CK, please interrupt me, because I'm just speaking and I don't want it to be monotonous as well. But do you want to say something here?
You know, you're asking us to quit sugar. I think that's very worrisome. I don't think most of us can do that.
To be honest, CK, it's a matter of just a change of lifestyle. Because as I'm saying, that we have adopted some of the unhealthy lifestyle, and we have considered that this is a normal norm now. But actually it is not. Actually it is not. And it's just a matter of taste. And trust me, if you're able to do it, if you challenge yourself and able to do it for a week, then you'll feel more encouraged. And then maybe for a day, just try with one day, see how it goes. And if you don't feel that you have missed anything from your diet, you can go for 2 days and maybe a week and then 2 weeks. Maybe you can challenge yourself. But this is my next mission, that I have to quit sugar. And that is what I'm trying to do at the moment.
Well, what happens to the milk cake, rasgulla, gulab jamun, balushai, son papdi? You know, how can we quit that? You know, every day, 2 times a day at least, we have to have our sweets. Very, very tough.
See, let me give you a situation. Like during this COVID, we all have seen how much it was a risk factor for those people who had underlying comorbidities like hypertension, diabetes, cardiac problem. These are the patients who were like maximally affected. And it's just not during COVID, like right from the beginning, if you see which are the patients who are more at risk of lot of other problems, these are the special one who are always being categorized as a high risk, the one which has got hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, or whatever. And I think even like, yes, it is difficult. Like if you say that about the taste and those things, yes, I may understand that. Yes, this is something which is difficult for the Indian diet, like specifically where the sweet is a part of our eating. But still, it is not difficult in a way that if you are determined to improve your well-being, you have to understand what is good for you and what is bad for you. And the sixth thing which I will always emphasized on is also like with time, smoking, drinking, and too much addiction with the pharmacy, like, taking small medication for small thing like headache, okay, paracetamol, okay, this thing now ibuprofen, okay, this thing we are sad, okay, let's go out with the friends and have a drink and smoke. So these all the things, like we have to think from a perspective, are we really doing any good to ourselves? And if we ask this question to ourselves, the answer from inside will be no. Because this is not what is going to help you to come out of from your depression, from your anxiety. Probably it's going to make everything more worse. The first thing which you have to understand, what are you doing in your life which is helping you? And if you think the answer from your own self is no, this is what I'm doing is not good for myself, then you have to make a conscious decision that whether to continue it or whether we have to quit it. Okay.
Yes, I think there I fully agree with you. Smoking is definitely not a good habit at all. In fact, it is very, very counterproductive to your own health and also your relatives, your friends, and people who are near and dears of who are standing nearby when you're smoking. All those, I think it's very, very harmful for health and everything in life. I think it shortens your life by almost like 10 years.
Exactly.
Drinking can also be fatal if you do it in excess, but I think 1 or 2 drinks in a week I think should be okay. So I think there I fully agree with you. We can get rid of smoking at all.
Now, the other thing is like, caffeinated drink, that addiction with the caffeinated drink, like coffee and tea. Even like I do take tea like twice a day, and that is something. And sometime when I'm working, I do take coffee as well. And these caffeinated drinks are equally harmful for our body. Obviously, as you rightly said, taking anything in precaution and in a right proportion is always okay. But if you're taking excess, then obviously, even if you take too much of caffeinated drink, it increases your blood pressure, it increases your heart rate, it prevents you to sleep properly. And in the longer run, it has got a long-term side effect as well. So again, like being cautious how much you're drinking. And if you think that you have an addiction with the hot drinks, maybe try to replace 1 or 2 cup of coffee or tea, whatever you take on a regular. Maybe you can take only 1 cup and then rest you can replace with the green tea. Again, green tea, again, how much it is beneficial and how much it is not. But obviously, we know that caffeinated content is almost negligible. So in a way, you are actually taking something which is decaffeinated. Basically, it's a caffeine free. So this is what I'll say. So 7th thing is not too much addiction with your coffee and tea, and just being very careful what you are taking and what you're not. Now the next, moving to when we call about the food as well, there's something which is coming up like pizza industries and McDonald's and all the junk foods. Like we all love eating cheese. Like I'm also a fan of cheese and I'm not going to deny that. But if we see these junk foods, they are really rich in carbohydrate. They are rich in starchy food. They have got too much of oil and grease as well. And if we see, yes, they are very good in taste, and that's why they are more tempting for everyone to consume. But at the same time, if we see how long it takes to digest and how much it contributes to an obesity as well, it is way above what we expect. So obviously, in a week, once in a while is okay. In like once in a month time or twice in a month time is okay, but not regularly, not every second day or third day, going out and eating out. I do understand sometimes it is tricky as well, but given the situation of COVID, I think we all have become better, that we spend more time with the family and we eat at home, and we do understand that there's always a risk going out. So in a way, something good has happened as well during the COVID pandemic, that we are more bonded with our family, we are spending more time. And we know that this is the safest option at this given point of time. So it's something which is good has happened as well to our lives. Do you think so?
I also, I agree with you. I can't say no, it is wrong. I think it's right. But let me share 2 incidents which happened to me. While traveling into Ethiopia, I see everybody drinks coffee. and so is in Brazil. And I have asked my partners in Brazil, hey man, how you actually sleep at night? You know, you are going and taking your very strong espresso double shot at 9 p.m. in the night. So the answer was, it helps me sleep better. So, which I know for sure, I fully agree with you. If you take caffeine, it'll make you not sleep, actually, it'll make you active.
I think it's all about the habit. It's all about the habit and psychological dependence rather than actually, just saying that coffee makes me sleep. It's not something which happens, like it happens other way around. But I think it's all about the habit. And that's why I'm saying that we have adopted these lifestyle so normally in our life that we don't understand that these are unhealthy practice. And it is not good for us, like in a longer run as well as for a short term as well.
Well, hope my Brazilian friends are listening to me, and if they are not listening, I will actually tag them after this discussion. But the second point,
that's a wonderful action you will take. I think that's a wonderful step.
Well, the second point I wanted to tell you is about the pizzas. I'm a vegetarian myself, and while in Beijing once, I've been in China twice only in my life, and I don't intend to go back again because of the food problem. And language, second problem is the language, because people don't speak English and their pronunciation is also different. Suppose you say Hilton, the way they say Hilton, I will not understand, and the way I say Hilton, they will not understand. So it's very, very tough. So I used to keep two placards in my pocket. One was Hilton and other was Pizza Hut. You won't believe me, but the only food I had for 7 days from breakfast, lunch and dinner was a margarita.
Oh dear. I do understand. Sometimes it is a problem, specifically when you're traveling. And this similar thing happened with me as well when I went to Paris, because we were struggling to find some vegetarian place. And wherever we were going, they only had like non-vegetarian menu card. And eventually I end up having just sandwich or pizza. So I do understand sometimes it's a problem when you're going predominantly in a country which is non-vegetarian. You really struggle with the food. So I do understand your pain. Okay, moving forward. So other thing is nobody can deny like how important it is to have a good sleep hygiene and for a healthy lifestyle. So good sleep hygiene means always it's a well said dictum: early to bed, early to rise, make a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. And actually, it was said and written with a purpose, because this is a proven fact that those people who go to bed on time early and get up early, they have better efficiency throughout the day, and even the work they do, their work is more productive as compared to those who are basically a night seeker. So this is also very important. And when I say about the sleep hygiene, what it means is before going to bed, at least 10-15 minutes, devote a time to yourself. That means not watching news and taking all the things which is wrong happening around yourself, inside your brain, inside your heart, and then going to bed. So always, one of the things which all the spiritual gurus in India, like even if you hear Sadhguru or Sister B.K. Shivani or like Gaur Gopal Das ji, everybody has emphasized that just before going to bed, 10-15 minutes, just get indulged in some sort of mindfulness activity. It could be a meditation, it could be a reading good book, or it could be listening some spiritual guru, but something good which gives you a hope and which gives you a kind of peace within your brain before you go to bed, because this is what you're going to take for next 8 hours or 7 hours or 6 hours of your sleep. It's very important that you go to bed on time. If possible, I know as a medic it is not possible because we do have our odd shifts. We are doing sometimes night shifts. We are doing some twilight shifts or day shifts. It's not possible. But still try to maintain that. If it is possible in any way, then try to maintain that. But I think those people who work from 9 to 5, I think it is very easy. To have a regularity in life, it's very important. And like eating your meals on time, sleeping on time, that's always and always beneficial, and it improves your life expectancy as well. So this is my 8th thing which I would emphasize, that please have a good sleep hygiene. Other thing is, sorry, CK, you were saying something.
No, I think I wanted to say that I fully agree with you. Get up early, sleep early. I think not spend too many late hours in the pub, I think is a good, I think we can get rid of that lifestyle and we can get into a more sane lifestyle, which is getting up early and sleeping early. I think I fully agree with you.
Sure. Thank you. The other thing which I would emphasize is, which is in our life we have forgotten, is to smile and laugh. Yeah. And if you see, like even researchers have proven that I think last time at CK we had a session on laughter yoga, and we emphasized like how important it is for our well-being, and we saw its effect as well, how it increases all the beneficial hormones in our body and help us to recover and in our well-being. That's why it is very important. But with the researchers, it is being proven that an adult, a normal adult, usually laugh in a day almost like maximum to maximum 5 to 6 times, versus a child almost like 200 to 300 times. So imagine with this lifestyle, with this stress around, with this rat race which we are in, how much it has become difficult for us to laugh loudly, to enjoy life happily, like, with our family members, with our loved one. And obviously, it is not just something which will uplift your mood, but it has a proven effect on your body as well. It releases endorphins, it releases dopamine, it releases all the beneficial hormone which is needed for your life. And even it is being said that, that 10 minutes of laughter yoga, that is laughing from within, from your belly, when everything is like, your belly is shaking, that is called laughing from within. This laughter yoga, it improves your lifestyle, it improves your life expectancy as well. And 10 minutes of your laughter yoga actually burn almost like 300 calories. So can you imagine, like, you are running on a treadmill versus you are just sitting at the chair and laughing loudly. So it is something which will happen, but only if you're aware about these benefits. It's something which is a doable kind of thing. So just ensure in a day, take a time out, maybe in few hours time, just laugh for something, or try to make somebody happy, and then it will give you the same joy in abundance in your life as well. So please don't forget to smile and laugh loudly.
I think I remember that episode, Neha. I think we discussed about starting, especially for kids, starting a clown department where doctors can dress up like clown and make patient laugh.
Yeah.
For kids or even for elderly. I think that was something that I still remember because off the hat we discussed that as an idea.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving forward, the other 5 things which I will emphasize is, because I know that we are running short of time as well. The other 5 things quickly, I'll say that don't have a habit of binge watching. Means there's nothing to do. You're just watching something, like just spending time. Maybe rather than that, just give a time to your mother, just give a time to your spouse, give a time to your children. Because this is something which is more which is more beneficial for your own well-being rather than actually binge watching. So I would say be very careful what are the things you're taking inside yourself. And one of the things which I was listening recently from one of the spiritual guru was, everything is happening around us, okay? But what happens, it is only we who takes it inside over our heart and brain. The most important thing is be very careful what you're taking inside and be kind to yourself. Be very kind. Before forgiving other, before showing your kindness to other, please forgive yourself. Please be kind to yourself and be very clear what you are taking inside your heart and brain, because this is what is going to change your behavior and this is what you're going to do for the rest of your day. Just be careful. Don't take the negativity inside. Just be very careful what you're watching is not going inside. Keep it very out, like keep it very external. And if somebody is saying something which you feel is going to affect your well-being, just cut the talk. Just say, let's talk something different. Don't indulge in those kind of things, because it's not good for anyone. So this is what I'm going to say, that this is my 11th thing, that don't binge watching and just be very careful that what you're taking inside. The 12th thing which I'll say is, be very careful about how you're using your resources. Too much electricity usage, wastage, or water, this is not good for others. Not for ourselves, not for others. And obviously, right now, even when we say about the food, I've seen we eat the food, but many times we just leave the food, oh, this is not good in taste and this is not. But just imagine those countries, like poor countries in Africa or remote part of India as well, where people are even starving, like they don't have even a one-time meal. So only take that much of proportion which you can eat. Don't disrespect the food. So it's very, very important how wisely you're utilizing your resources, and just be very careful about that. And obviously, like 13th thing which I'll say is emphasizes, when we say about the well-being, it not only includes your physical well-being, your mental well-being, it also includes your financial, your spiritual, and your social well-being. So most important thing is pay attention to all the 5 domains. Where do you invest in? Because obviously, if you're financially constrained, you can't take care of rest 4 domain. If you are not socializing, you're just sitting at home, you'll be more depressed and it will not be even productive for your own health. If you have everything but you not have a good health, then obviously you can't enjoy anything. If you have everything but you are a depressed person, you're anxious person, you're phobic all the time, obviously you'll never enjoy the life, the beautiful life which you have got. So most important thing again is again and again, which I'm emphasizing, is when we say about a healthy lifestyle, that means you need to pay attention to all these 5 domains. You can't afford to ignore any one of them. And if these things are being basically taken care of, obviously your life will be different. So I think there are a lot of things which I would like to say, but a few things which I would say just pay attention to these small things. And even like when we are going out on a gym or for a gym or running or anything, we always play a loud music with a headphone here. Don't forget the fact that these loud noises exactly like it is hitting your tympanic like your eardrum, and it has got its long-term side effect as well. So pay attention to what all things you're doing in your day-to-day activity and try to improve and make some lifestyle change so that you can improve your well-being. And this is the only message which I would like to give today on this day.
Excellent, Dr. Neha. I think there has been a lot of learning, and I think it's a time for us to take a pledge because tomorrow is 15th August, which is 75th anniversary for our independence. All Indians are celebrating, 1.3 Indians and so many other Indian origin people across the world. I think it's a matter of celebration and also taking pledge of improving our lifestyle. And I think you have given us direction today. If we follow all these 15
I will feel more humbled. I will feel more humbled even if a single person today can quit a sugar for one day. And again, as I'm saying that I wanted to always dedicate this session to Dr. Kailash Chand and Dr. Asim for all the tough time. Like, Dr. Asim is going through a tough time at the moment, and I know how it feels because Dr. Kailash was his only blood-related person who was there, and now he has lost him. So I know how it is going. So I would really feel being blessed, even if a single person, even including myself, if we can quit sugar, that will be a tribute to him.
I think it's a very good idea, and I will urge the viewers to share their thoughts about quitting sugar. I think it will be a great movement. I think let's start a hashtag called quit sugar. I think you can use this hashtag and reply to our video in the form of comments. Engage with us and we'll see how it goes. Any advices if you need from Dr. Neha, you're most welcome to shoot your questions to us or directly to her. The email will be published in the end of the video or in the description down below, and we will make the connection happen. So thank you so much, Dr. Neha, for finding time today morning and coming over to our show and basically talking about so many good things today with us.
Pleasure is absolutely mine. CK. And I wish everyone who is watching this session, and even those who are not watching, but my wishes are there. Please remain safe. Please remain healthy and safe, and just adopt a healthy lifestyle. COVID is still not over, so please take all precaution, and hopefully we'll see a better morning, a better day soon in our life, which will be COVID-free. So I'm looking forward to that, along with all my Indian people.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neha Sharma. We will catch up in the next show. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you all to the Spotlight. And today we have Mike Bradley from UK, who's going to talk about some of these offerings that he has in the insurance space. And before we start discussion with Mike, I must tell all the viewers that in the current budget, our honorable finance minister tabled the budget and said that the increase of FDI, which is foreign direct investment into India, specifically in the insurance sector, is going to go up almost up to the extent of 74%. So let me invite Mike to discuss on the subject. How are you, Mike?
I'm very good, Chandra, and yourself?
Doing good.
Excellent. The only problem is I've got monsoon rains today in south of England.
Come on, Mike.
It feels like Mumbai. It feels like Mumbai in September. No, it's not quite so bad as that.
I'm sure, because monsoons usually is a byproduct of the hot Indian summer, and it's month of February, so it's just a normal rain, I guess.
Well, yes, this is it gets unpredictable this time of year over here, because you can get 2 weeks in February where the weather is stunning sunshine, but today is definitely not. We've had 3 or 4 days of sort of wet weather down the south coast. However, it's much better than north of, shall we say, Manchester. When you get north of Manchester, they're having it cold and snowy.
Okay. So I think we are going to heat the whole environment. Let's discuss about this proposed increase of FDI in the insurance sector in India.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think FDI, not just in insurance, is interesting. It's across the board, because there's always the challenge when you're deciding to enter a market as to how you go about it. And so, there are several different models. There's an agent model where, to start with, you can have maybe an appointed salesperson on the ground somewhere, or maybe a few. Maybe you'd have somebody in Delhi, somebody in Mumbai, somebody in Bangalore, somebody in Chennai, Kerala, if you're lucky, with the nice food and the weather down there. But the challenge with that is always that it can be a bit of a tax challenge. Does the person work for you? Do they not work for you? How their tax is calculated? So the agent model isn't necessarily a good one. Particularly the larger the organization, the more tricky that can potentially become. There are, of course, organizations that can help with that, setting up in India as a land and expand. I suppose the next model is you find an existing reseller. So if you find in the tech space, you find a reseller who can sell into your particular technology or sector or business. And that can be very good. It's a great way to gain rapid growth into a market, low cost. You don't have to necessarily have an office base, but can work through partnerships. Through the reseller networks. Then I suppose there's more formal partnerships and joint ventures, where you're working maybe with a larger company, say a Tata's or a Infosys or something. And then you're putting together a 1 and 1 equals 2 relationship to go to market. Once again, fantastically efficient and effective way to go into a foreign territory. The next one is, I guess, where the FDI situation comes in, is slightly more complicated, because then it becomes a question of, and previous to the change, I think generically it was, I think you mentioned it was like in the 20s, a 20% share or something. Insurance, I think it was 49% share. Well, if you're a large global company, there's not a lot of interest in putting a lot of money into something if you don't fully have control. And so, and in other parts of the world I've worked in as well, I know that corporates have made decisions where they've said, we are not going into this marketplace because we don't have full control. If you're spending several million rupees, several lakhs of rupees, then it really becomes tricky to decide if you're going to, is it worth your risk because it's all about managed risk, particularly in insurance. It's all about the risk that you're prepared to take in order to get into that marketplace. So I think it's a very good idea to attract foreign investment, is to ensure that the foreign investor keeps control of their investment. So, I think it can only be positive.
So I'm not too sure about changing the structure of the board of directors. I think we will come back on this subject and discuss this again after a few days once that is crystallized. But I must tell you one piece of very important information which is related to the insurance sector in India. There are about, if you look at the general insurance, it's a big market, primarily controlled by the 3 or 4 government agencies, government-owned companies. But the life insurance, which is related to people, it's a huge business. And
there's a lot of people in India.
Absolutely. And, it's crazy because, what happens is that there are about 28 life insurance companies. There are Indian companies and there are foreign investment companies also.
Yes.
In partnership, they are running this business. However, there is one company which is the oldest and the largest in India. It started even before the independence of India. It was there during the British Raj. And that company is called Life Insurance Company of India, in short, LIC.
Right.
And this company controls 85% market share. So you can
nice if you can get it.
Right. The whole surprising fact is that 85% is with one company, and remaining 15% is with 27 other companies.
Right. Yep.
So when AIA, AIG, ING, MetLife, when they project their numbers with Indian number of say something like 10%, 20%, they are controlling only 2% of the Indian market. So I think with this FDI, this situation has to change. And the other news is that the LIC is also being planned to be privatized. So it will get into stock market and the shares will be traded, which is not possible so far. So a lot of changes are happening in the insurance sector. And if the budget, which is on the table right now, if approved, then this insurance sector will open up, opening a lot of foreign investors to come in and invest in this area. And why I'm talking about this to you, Mike, because in your ecosystem, there are a lot of insurance players. Maybe they want to hear about this, leverage the situation, plan it. I think the opportunities are immense.
I think you're right. We've got a sister ecosystem called Insure Scale Up, and that's all about supporting the matchmaking of innovators with incumbents. Obviously, your existing incumbent, if you like, the one with the lion's share of the marketplace. There's only one snag when you've got that much of the market. Is the only way is pretty much down, unless that company or unless the marketplace is expanding. And I think it probably is in India, because I could be wrong and you could correct me on this, I'm sure, is that there will be a lot of the new middle class in India who will be looking for insurance products who possibly previously they weren't. I think the middle class in India is now or going to increase to 40 million people. That's a massive market opportunity. But I also think that the interesting point there is depends how innovative your large incumbent is, because if it's what we're seeing elsewhere is that the insurance market is going through a stage of disruption, a bit like the banking sector went through 10 years ago after 2008, 2009. There are a lot now of disruptive players in the banking sector that are addressing markets, addressing customers, B2B, B2C in ways that weren't being addressed previously. And I would perceive that the same thing could happen in the insurance market from what you're saying in India, is that there's one big player probably doing things in a fairly traditional way that has to look over its shoulder and say, well, actually, this new emerging middle class, are we going to appeal to them? Or are we going to continue doing our traditional model? We've got a market share. And as I often call it, the corporate AAA sets in. I don't know if I've mentioned that before. It's one of my favorites. But corporate AAA happens when you've got a very large company or a very large business. Doesn't have to be the major player. It's just got to be a very large organization. Corporate AAA is corporate amnesia, which is where the company is managed by spreadsheet, and it forgets, hence the amnesia, it forgets that the customer makes up the spreadsheet, which is fatal, because in a growing market, in a growing middle class market in India, if you forget that actually your traditional model isn't going to appeal to the new middle class professional people, then you're going to have a challenge, because somebody's going to come in and say, well, actually, that organization is not addressing this client base. We'll go after the new techies, and we'll go for the 10 million of the market. And before they know where they are, their market share will shrink because the market has grown, they're not addressing it. Corporate amnesia. So then the second problem, of course, is corporate asphyxiation. Corporate asphyxiation is when you've got such a large company and they meet in a board and they've got the ivory tower mentality. They've gone so high in the clouds that they no longer breathe fresh air, hence the asphyxiation. And what they actually need to do is maybe come down from the 7th floor, go into the 1st and 2nd floor, go talk to some of the staff on the customer support desk and say, what are our clients actually saying? What are they wanting? What are they moaning about? What are they happy about? And actually start addressing the client needs. And heaven forbid, they may even have to go out and talk to some customers and find out what they want. And this new middle class, what are their needs and desires, and how can this organization or a new innovator address that market better? And then, of course, the third of the corporate AAAs is corporate arrogance, which is, we've got so big, we've got such a large market share, 85%, we'll be here forever. And then, of course, the innovators start coming in and saying, yeah, we can have a piece of this. A bit like, I'm visualizing the old Pac-Man the Pac-Man electronic game that starts eating away at the market share. So, I think it's very easy to get into that mentality, and that the corporate graveyard is full of companies that suffered with corporate AAA, in my opinion.
Well, I think you're right. But let me clarify about LIC. The foreign insurance companies are not new to India. They entered in 1986. They had sufficient time to launch this big player out, but they're still the same. They're still struggling, competing against this large player, because this LIC, Life Insurance Company of India, I have dealt with them personally. They're very professional. They're thorough professional people. They have the highest claims, and they have all the IT systems. In fact, you will be surprised. I mean, if we talk about 85% market share and multiply that into number of people, they have 40 data centers, because they have so much data that one server, there is no server to manage their data. So they have
data is the new oil, of course.
Right. So they are not a easy player to deal with, even with this API increase, because they are very smart. and they are not living in ivory towers, as you mentioned. I think
Well,
that is
that's
one
good.
point I just wanted to clarify. But the second thing is about the middle class. The emphasis for the Modi government is to uplift the people who are below poverty line or below or the lower middle class. I would say
Yes.
the numbers are
Uh-huh.
huge. They are almost
Yes.
like 25 to 30% in India. And if you look
Mhm.
at 1.3 billion population, 30% of that is like 300 million people.
Yes.
So emphasis is being given to ensure these people. There are a lot of plans. There is a health insurance card which is given out. There are low
Mhm.
micro loans are given out, and then they are insured. There are pension plans which are being rolled out specifically for those people.
Yes.
And this is a new entry. This is a new entry because the upper class and the middle
It's a
class.
new market.
This is a new market of 300 and odd million people,
Mhm.
and government is very highly focused on bringing them. In fact, 2 years back, India ran the world biggest financial inclusion plan, and they opened something like 80 million accounts in banks
Mhm.
to bring these people into the mainstream, because they were not
Sure.
banked at all for last 70 years. So for the first time, they have seen banks,
Yes.
so
Yep.
this is the market. So in your ecosystem, if now there is going to be FDI, which is going to be up to 74%, and if there are people who are willing to come to this market with huge numbers, I think this is a
Yes.
time to look at.
100%. I agree with you. It's a massive opportunity, and with the change in the FDI rule, there's now an incentive for those other players who weren't in that marketplace to come in and address the new market. Because there is a good reason for them to be investing and delivering solutions that are appropriate for that growing demographic within the and obviously there's going to be lots of other spin-off opportunities around that as well, because as these people, and it's a very good idea to give people a better quality of life and deliver that, bring them into the digital fold and into the digital world, because they can access information, education, finance, health much more in a much more cost-effective way than they have done previously. And that obviously is going to improve the level of demand for education, for services, for products. Social improvement is good for it in every way. So I think it's good. India has always been an interesting market because it's large. There's a lot of people. That's a massive market. Even better when that population has more spending rupees in their pocket, and the more people are lifted out of poverty and into a better quality of life, the better the demand for everybody and demand for services. So it's only going to become more attractive.
And ease of doing business has also improved quite a bit. It is not the best, but it is improved quite a bit because Indian government ran a biometrics based KYC program. So all the Indians now have the iris and the fingerprints connected to a number, and this number is basically identified. So it's a lot easier for business people like insurance banks to track people in case of default. At the same time, there are new products being rolled out based on these identifications, which are related to, farm loans, farm insurance, which is a big segment, which is
there's more stability for businesses, because otherwise the risk is you can't quantify the risk. But now you can actually, better identify the different demographics and the people, the better you can address their needs.
Absolutely. And for past couple of years, India, because of the sheer numbers, are the world leader in digital payments, especially in the area of micropayments and the government is
Mhm.
trying to see that cash flow is reduced and everything comes on the digital payment. There are a lot of incentives being announced. So I think everything is getting into more accountable area of our finances. So it will be a
Yeah.
lot easier for people who want to invest in this market, in terms of setting up, and in terms of risk factor, which they would have thought
Yeah.
20 years back are not existing now.
Yeah, I think it's good for both the private sector companies, but also for the public sector, of course, because if it's much easier to track electronic payments, so it has the potential to uplift the accountable numbers, which means that there's more tax. But that also can get them reinvested back in to bring more people out of poverty. So, the route, my view is the route to stability and growth is to give people more education, more money in their pockets, and that in turn increases the need for demand, increases the need for products and services, increases revenues, profits, increases taxes. So it's a positive way forwards. And India, being the entrepreneurial nation that it is not going to miss those opportunities, I'm sure.
Absolutely. In fact, we are living in a very exciting time when we are world largest democracy. So there is a rule of law, highest digital payments. There are a lot of scope for insurance, because right now we have the general insurance, which is related to fire and theft and also life. There's a lot of room for insurance to improve. I'm not saying that it's the best, but I think there is a room for innovation, which can come from countries like UK and more advanced countries like United States.
I think innovation's a good word to talk about as well from an insurance perspective, because there are, with the new advances in the digital field, there are many more opportunities for insurance. For example, solar power, environmental damage, infrastructure controlled by IoT devices, the cybersecurity risks and rewards, the ability to take on a project but have an insurance cover to cover the risk. COVID, the ability to cover a venue with a biosecure insurance policy. All of these things are new areas that are available for insurance companies to come in and support the development of innovation and growth. So, I believe the traditional markets, yes, they're there, and traditional markets are growing, but the whole range of other areas where the opportunities are growing, the investment is coming in, but then with the investment comes the risk, and the risk needs to be covered. That's another area where there's significant disruption and opportunity. Certainly, we're seeing this through the insure scale-up area, as well as a lot of the innovators on scale-up arena are supplying technology services and tech products which actually require an insurance wrap that has not previously been addressed. So there's great opportunities. And of course, there's always a lot of opportunity between the UK and India. The living bridge is alive well. And although we can't walk across it and greet each other at the moment, it's definitely something that is happening a great deal. And we can make the most of it through collaboration tools and digital tools like Scale Up Arena, where the whole objective is to be able to connect, to communicate, to cooperate, collaborate, and come up with deals that we can close.
Certainly, Mike, and I'm sure a lot of viewers are listening when we are making these points, and both sides, UK and Indians, can leverage the the strength of each other and grow together.
I think that's absolutely right. And I think there's a ginormous opportunity between the UK and India at the moment around manufacturing. I think, in India is a great source of manufactured products, high quality, innovative, technology driven, and the opportunity to source products from India for the UK, but also other Western economies and advanced economies is vast.
Yes, Mike. So let me give you the split of GDP. India is now 3 trillion in terms of GDP, which is at number 5 globally. And if you look at the PPP, which is purchasing power, we are at 10.5 trillion. So that makes us number 3 in the world. And now if you look at the GDP split, where the GDP is coming from, 16% is coming from farming, agriculture. And then about 25% is coming from the industries, which are different industries like chemical, etc. Surprisingly, manufacturing is contributing only 14%, and remaining 50% is coming from services. So you can imagine that manufacturing can grow, and services there is a huge skilled labor here in India, which can be leveraged. So it's
No,
a
I
big
think you're
services
absolutely
market.
right. Yes, again, I think the FDI rules changing, not just in insurance, but FDI generally, will also encourage a lot of international organizations to say, actually, maybe we should operate either an outsource or open our own factory for manufacturing in India. And I'm sure you've got development areas of India where there's good incentives for people to move to a particular area and establish a operation where I think there's 5 major areas that are sort of development areas. So there's lots of opportunities for that. And hopefully things like the JETCO initiative will help to expand that. The joint economic and trade agreement that we can bring together and optimize for our mutual benefits.
Yes, Mike, I think there is a lot to talk about. There are different corridors, Tesla is coming, but I think we can leave it for the next session. And today, it was pleasure discussing specifically about the FDI route, which is allowed in insurance space. And I think the opportunity is quite exciting for the UK players to look at India as a market.
Yeah, we'd be very keen to try and forge some bridges and forge some links for you if you're looking at that space and feel that there's an opportunity. I'm sure we can introduce some relevant players for you, innovators and incumbents.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure talking to you, Mike, and we'll catch up next
Always
Thursday.
a pleasure to you. And look forward to our next session.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Chandra. Have a good day.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Assimilate Technologies, and it's a cold morning in India. The temperature is almost touching 4 degrees. It's very cold outside, but we want to talk something which is very relevant for all professionals, and we want to heat up the studio today. Before we start our discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. I hope we warm up the studio because it's freezing in London too. It's a cold wind from the north. So let's do a Mary Poppins, shall we? And make the wind blow the other way. There is a big word that's been talked about this year. I can't believe that this word is being talked about so often, but we need to address it. And it begins with T. What do you think it is?
I think...
And it's not tea, by the way. It's not tea. T for tea. Okay? It's T for...
I think if I have to make a guess, it is trust, and it is very relevant to discuss this simply because in today's context, we are not meeting people. We are yet meeting them digitally, so it is very relevant. I think there should be new ways of building trust with people who you never meet and you never see. So I think that is something that we should discuss today.
You're absolutely right. It's that big T for trust. And interestingly enough, we are trusting all of our medical experts, our scientists in the world to come up with this fantastic vaccine in an unprecedented short period of time. Normally it takes 10 years or so to create a vaccine. And what we've had over the last 7 or 8 months is we've got 9 or 10 vaccines which have either been approved or are about to be approved. We have trusted our experts. We don't even know who these people are, but we trust them. We trust them explicitly and implicitly. Well, the interesting thing is, some people do. Not everybody does. As we've seen, in the media, a lot of people are saying, you can't make a vaccine in 10 months. It's impossible. So their belief is being tested. So we need to talk about trust in the element of belief. So here you go. You're my guinea pig for today, CK. Okay? Everybody knows that I throw a question at you, and this is completely unrehearsed. How long does it take you to trust people?
Well, in my case, I trust people very easily, and with a caveat. I just want to make a point here that when I trust people, I say that fine, let them prove themselves, but I also throw them out instantly in case they slipped once. I don't have patience to wait for long. So I think while I trust people, I am prepared to throw them out instantly.
Well, that's an interesting one because again, we're all different, and the interesting thing is, I observe a lot of networks, business networks in particular, that are created around the world, and there's a couple of networks that in their psyche, in their DNA, they actually say it takes a long time for you to trust somebody. Now that's their belief, but the interesting thing is, we're trusting people implicitly today. When we go on to YouTube, we trust people from what they're saying. We need to be able to handle that as, is it fake news? Is it real? Is it just someone's belief that needs to be tested? And this is the element of trust, I suppose, that we need to get into. And that's why a lot of people say it takes a long time to trust others. The interesting thing is, within your family, you don't have that. You've got a lifetime with them, and trust is almost implicit. And from the day you're born, you trust in your parents. Immediately trust in your parents, because frankly, without that parental assistance, you'll die. You won't get fed, you won't get watered, you won't be able to sleep comfortably, you won't be changed. You wouldn't have an existence. I'm not being, clinically obese here, if you like. I'm just stating a fact. We trust our parents and our siblings on day one. So why don't we trust everybody on day one? Why don't we say, as you said, you kick people out pretty quickly if they don't do it. There is another way we can do it. We can actually say, start the relationship, start the discussion off with, I'm going to trust you implicitly. And it's up to you actually to keep that trust. So rather than starting with 0%, which this is what we're told to believe, trust takes a long time. So rather than say you're starting with 0%, I'm going to give you 100% of my trust, my faith I put in you. Now, keep it. So whatever you're going to do with this relationship now, it will either prove me right or it's going to prove me wrong. It's not going to prove you right or wrong. It's going to prove me right or wrong. And I think that's the issue, isn't it? It's not them trusting you. It's actually our belief is you're trusting them. But what if the tables are turned? What about them trusting you? So it's an interesting equation, isn't it? Because most people think about trust as me trusting them. Do I believe them? You know, have they got credibility? Are they going to do what they say they're going to do? But what about you? What about turning the tide now on yourself? What do you think about that? What about turning the tide on you, CK? Here you go. You're the guinea pig again for the day. Unfortunately, you're the guy on the hotspot. And what about you? Do people trust you? What do you do to show that you're trustworthy?
Well, Neville, I think the first thing that you do in business to gain trust is to live up to your commitment. If you commit, you must deliver. And so, in the erstwhile years, pro-COVID era, where you had to physically prove your trust, you go and meet your client and say, I will do this for you. But then you can always visit him again and say sorry if you're not able to do that. And that is a part of trust building. So even though you commit, and if you're not able to deliver, you can always say sorry and say that, hey, I will do this like this. I will deliver in so many ways. So when it comes to me, because you've asked me this question, I think it's the question of if you commit, you must deliver. But I will then add another thing here, which is more relevant in the today's context. Earlier, we could talk to, say, about 100 to 200 people. Right now, we are able to talk to about 10,000 people. So we don't have time to build the trust in the old-fashioned way. That is my feeling, Neville. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Because every day you're talking to new people, you're establishing yourself, you're making videos, you're sending them promos, etc. And then you're talking to a few of them. You're conducting seminars. And the way of your meeting different people is through the digital platform. And here you can't turn around and say sorry, because that person will not, like for example, I said I will kick them out if I don't see that they are trustworthy. I don't want to waste my time because I have another 10,000 people to reach out to. So I think that is relevant for everyone. So I think it's become more important now as a businessman that you should bring clarity of what you can commit. Because earlier, if you're not able to commit, you sort of overcommit, and you can always turn around and take a drive, go to his office, wait in his reception, and say, "Hey, I'm sorry, give me another 10 days." But that opportunity does not exist now. So I think, along with building trust, you need to bring a lot of clarity within yourself, and that is what I feel, and that is why I feel that answer from my side is bring clarity to build trust.
I think that's a really good explanation of your particular read on where things are. And I know a lot of people will agree with you. It comes down to the point of that building clarity. You know, we started off with trust. We're now defining elements of trust, you know, the layering that needs to happen before trust happens. So if there's no clarity in what you're saying or who you're saying it to, actually, there's no chance trust is going to be generated. So all I'm saying is a lot of people say trust is the building block. Actually, trust may be on the ground floor, but now we need to go down into the basement. What are the building blocks that we need to be able to be trusted so that people can see who you are, what you do? The other thing is digitally, of course, this medium has shown people can go and create little videos very quickly. LinkedIn actually turns around and says this is a professional network, and they say put your face on LinkedIn. But let's look at that. Okay, lots of people have got avatars. Some people have just got blank blobs, you know, where it might be a male or a female, but you're not quite sure. But it's just a sort of a face with no features, nothing. How do you trust those people that are not prepared to put their face there? Or maybe, you know, don't want to put their face there because they don't want to be seen. And yet this is a professional network. So there's a question for you. Do you trust people on LinkedIn without faces?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. I'm very, very clear. If somebody sends me a request and before accepting the request, I see if that person has put the photo, real photo, not the avatar or things like that, or Snapchat emojis. You know, I don't trust those people because my thinking is that if these guys don't have even guts to put their photo, you know, why I should trust them even? You know, they themselves are not sending the trustworthy message by not putting their photo. And the other thing that I check is I check their usage. You know, what type of post they are sending, and what type of post they are liking. And if it is something which is not relevant to me, I again don't accept them. So I think these are the two factors which I use to accept people.
Well, again, I'm putting, you know, you're Johnny on the spot today, CK. I'm going to change your name to Johnny. Um, so, because you're my only guinea pig. And the other thing is, let's look at another social media arena, okay? And we're talking about trust here in the social media context in many respects, because that's all we've got today. Physically, it's very rare we can meet people. So social media is the first place we do meet people, on Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok, maybe. You know, I see more people put themselves on TikTok, and yet they don't have a picture of themselves on LinkedIn. Now, that to me is quite bizarre. Okay, so anyone listening, maybe need to think about that one. Another place, Facebook, and I said it very slowly in words of 2 syllables. Okay, Facebook. Would you expect to see people's faces on Facebook?
I certainly do, Neville. In fact, as you said, you divided the word in two. It's very clear what you're trying to say. At the same time, I think I'm going to take my qualification process even further. I check their profile on Facebook and also on LinkedIn, and sometimes I try to do on Twitter, but not so much. But I still try to do my due diligence before accepting people, because that when you're trying to build the trust, you have to see whether these people have the same version everywhere. If they have different version, that means they themselves are not sending the right message. So why I should trust them? So definitely I see the photo and match it along.
The interesting thing here, we've just focused on one little element, and right, we could do lots and lots today. You've given an insight into how you build a profile around someone, because social media, just like any good employer out there these days, they don't just look at the CV, they Google the person, and they will look at what they're saying in social media. There's no hiding place, typically, you know, and frankly, if you need to hide, then there's probably something seriously wrong here. You know? Yesterday we talked about the changing terms on WhatsApp. This is a commercial company. It's not going to take all your data, you know, and read everything you're going to be saying or listen into your conversations. But all they are going to do is say, if you've got someone on WhatsApp and we find them on Facebook, why don't you connect to them there? It's a commercial organization. They're trying to help you along, but more importantly, build the community, build the conversation. So these platforms are trying to do their best to help you. It's actually time to turn the tables. Look in the mirror. So the message today is look in the mirror. Who do you see? Do you see an avatar? No, you see a picture of you. So that's what people will see. That's who people are going to trust. On Facebook, put your face there. on LinkedIn, put your face there, because people buy from people. And remember, trust is the ground floor. It's what underpins that trust. It's what people see about you, that they form a picture about you. And we're all judgmental, you know. I try not to be all the time, but the fact is humans are judgmental. So give them something to judge. Show them who you are. If you want people to trust you, show that there is some transparency there. And then, like anything else, as we said at the beginning, give 100% away, but also receive 100% too. Show people you are trustworthy. And by the way, that I've had many occasions where people have said, well, you didn't do that before, you know, so how can I trust you now? And I said, well, you don't know what changed as to why I changed what I did. So you've become very judgmental in making an assumption about why I changed. Well, I changed because circumstances changed. I didn't have that information before. Now I've got that information, I'm going to do this. If you don't like that, that's your problem, not mine. Okay? Because I've seen a change in circumstances. So this is where you need to be true to yourself. You need to trust yourself. And if that means other people, you lose other people on the way, they don't trust you anymore, then that's down to the relationship, you know, and it's a two-way street. You either work hard to get that relationship back, or you turn around and say, well, you know what, you didn't really see what happened. That's your problem. And move on. As you say, you ditch them, you know, in simple terms. It takes a long time to build a real friendship up. That's very true, because you get that consistency out there. But a friendship doesn't necessarily mean that it starts from a basis of trust. So, big word, this word, trust. But we need to keep to the business context here, because we're talking about building businesses, building collaboration. And without trust, it's pretty difficult to build that.
Yeah, Neville, I would like to make one more point, again in the business context, which is about having crossed the first level of establishing yourself as a trustworthy person on the social media. The next level is, which is the very next level, is the next instant basically, is sending the first message out. And what I've seen is almost 90% of the people don't know how to behave. So I think that is also one of the biggest hurdle in building trust on the digital platforms, because people don't know how to behave. They use words which are not required, because the other side, you don't know the person actually. You're trying to build a rapport with him, and you send a message which, in the first instant he doesn't trust you, and then you send a message which put the person put off completely. So even before the chance of building trust was invoked as a feature, you are just pulling the plug on yourself. So I think that is something which people have to learn.
They do have to learn, and the only way to learn it is to do it and get feedback on it, as we said before. And hopefully what we've said today is helping you think that way. There's no right and wrong way here. It's what works for you. But if we're going to be talking about this big T word, trust, then we need to know we're trustworthy. So, big message today. Look in the mirror. Do you trust yourself? Would you trust you in a relationship that you're going to be building in a commercial arena? If so, why? Because it's good to tell yourself why people should trust you, because that's your testimonial, that's your case study, and you need to shine through, because there's a lot of people that are hiding, and they shouldn't be hiding. There's no need to be hiding, because there's a tremendous amount of benefit from a relationship that you could have with somebody else if you just let go, No, don't start with 0. Start with 100. But get them to start with 100 too. And have a bit of fun about it. You know, that'll show really who you are. And say, yeah, I am different because I'll trust you implicitly. But that means you got to trust me too. So now we'll move on to something important and get things done.
Absolutely. I think that's a fantastic message you have given, Neville. And with this, we can end our discussion today. I think I must say thank you so much to find time in this cold morning at your in your city, in your country. But we will catch up with you again in the morning tomorrow with something more interesting.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy the day, everybody. Warm up. Put a jumper on.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma and today we are discussing about one of the wonderful city of the world. So stick around to this episode till the end to know about this wonderful city which is very important for Indian subcontinent.
Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmek Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmek Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmek Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmek.com and click on Genius Program to know more.
Welcome back friends, and today we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who is a very interesting personality. He will be discussing about the places. We had been discussing this for many weeks now. And as you know, he's very much related and appreciated in broadcast industry. A part of this, he's an IT professional. So without wasting any further time, I would like to welcome him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, good day. How have you been? It is wonderful to talk to you once again.
I'm fine, and as usual, I also get a lot of information about the different cities of the world, and I always look forward to really hear what today we have, what city we are covering today.
Well, Kanchan, today's city is unique and probably kind of a rare city in the Indian subcontinent. It has been mentioned in the antiquity, in the ancient times, and it also shaped our modern history when it was synonymous with the British expansion in the Indian subcontinent. And Sangam Nagri, Tambu Nagri, Allahabad, and once again Prayagraj. We've heard about it, Kanchan.
Very nice. It's a wonderful city because here we have Sangam of 3 rivers. So that makes this city special, and especially for Indians who celebrate Kumbh. after many years. So I think I would really eager to hear about the city. It's our own city, but I want more information from you.
Well, Kanchan, this city was mentioned in the Ramayana as well. This city was mentioned in multiple places as Prayagraj. I am told, I have learned that the Lord Brahma, one of the triumvirate between Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, his first yajna after creating the universe. So called Pratham Yajna. And then you say Pra and Yajna, that is Prayag. 1500 times 1500 years, it was named as Allahabad by the some local legends by the Muslim Emperor Akbar. And in 2018, we brought it back to Prayagraj from Allahabad. And even Allahabad was kept the name as Ilahabas, the place of God. And then from there it moved as an Allahabad, and finally into 2018 it is Prayagraj. It's interesting to see the journey of this city and the people and how it has remained in the conscious of the Indian subcontinent from centuries, and how it has helped shape modern India in terms of its people, in terms of its sportsmen, politicians, writers, literature folks, and many, many more intellectuals from the city. And it also has, I have read somewhere, Kanchan, it has a rare distinction of being the capital of British India for one day, just for one day. So this is something, a very, very unique city where I have been fortunate to been there, and I plan to go there very soon once again. And as you said, Kumbh, the largest congregation on this planet of humans, is the Kumbh Mela, the Kumbh congregation. And the 12th year, the Mahakumbh happens in Prayag, because as per another Hindu mythological stories, one of the immortal nectar drops, which is Amrit, fell from Vishnu's, the bowl where he was carrying the Amrit. It fell in the place called Prayagraj, a place to the mystical connections of Ganga, Yamuna, and the hidden river Saraswati. And this city leaves you mesmerized. Your experiences, Kanchan?
Well, I have a lot of inclination towards this city because I'd been reading, though I am planning to go and visit the city very near future. But one thing which makes this city even more special is that it was a part of Kushan Empire, and it became a very important city during that era. A part of this, we also get traces that it was also remained a part of Kashmir, and when the Kashmir was ruled by one of the greatest king in India. So all this makes this city very wonderful, very much likable city of the world, and I think many people would like to visit and know about the city, because the city offers much more than just a name, or much more than the Indian culture. What are your ideas on that?
Well, Kanchan, as I said, my inclination is always towards the modern historical perspectives of any city. And my imagination takes me probably to 300 years back. So I can imagine this city when, the Emperor Akbar renamed it from Prayagraj to Allahabad and made a fort over there in somewhere in 1583. And fort was made because of its military importance on the banks of Sangam, near to river Yamuna. It is being used by Indian Army nowadays. There are some portions of the fort where one can visit still. There is some Ashoka pillar, there is a Saraswati well, there is a Patal Puri temple as well in the vicinity. And this city also played a great role in the fall of the Mughals, somewhere around 1772. Shah Alam II, and when he was captured, he was brought to the Allahabad fort in the same place, and he was kept here for several years. That time, Marathas were kind of the dominant force in the Indian subcontinent, alongside British, and then British were coming up. And it was a great phase that Allahabad has seen, or the Prayagraj has seen, that growth in the Indian subconscious. During the 1857 as well, Allahabad, which is Prayagraj, today has played a great role in shaping up the modern, the narrative of the Indian, struggle. This city is full of, British architectures, Indo-Saracenic architectures, plus some temples of ancient times temples, some great parks. I remember one of the park as Alfred Park, where our Chandrasekhar Azad laid his life in the year 1939. And history also brings us closer in Allahabad when we visit Anand Bhavan, which is also called Swaraj Bhavan, Minto Park. There is a Shringverpur, very interesting, excursion out of the city, where it is said that Lord Ram, Sita, and Lakshman crossed the river Ganga here, and the boatman Nishad Raj basically helped them and had a bargain while helping Lord cross. So this city is actually mixed, blended into history, fiction, mythology, mystery, as well as intellectual capitalism of this country's consciousness. There is no history of modern India which will be complete without mentioning Prayagraj.
Definitely, because this is a city which is there from very olden times. We can say it is one of the ancient center of Indian culture and tradition. And a part of this in modern times also, it is one of the important city of one of the very important state, Uttar Pradesh. So that makes the city entirely very special for Indians as well as for visitors who are coming from outside of India. So what are the places which are important and we can visit them and collect our memory regarding these places in Prayagraj?
Well, Kanchan, this city is something, for everyone. What you want to see, you will get it in this city. But my attraction is more about the culture. It's about the intellectual capital that is present in the city and into its various structures. And so, for me, it's Allahabad University, a couple of engineering colleges, Jawahar Planetarium, Allahabad Museum, Khusro Bagh, Alfred Park, I have mentioned to you. In temples, Mankameshwar Temple, Samudra Koop. It is said, Kanchan, in the Samudra Koop, the water is salty because it has got a connection from the sea water. Now think of where is Prayagraj and how far is sea from there. The salty there, and it is an amazing place to be. Shivkuri is another place. lots of places from the British architecture side is available in the city. Annual Magh Mela, which happens in the January somewhere around the Makar Sankranti, and it is a 45 days. Kanchan, I'm always surprised how in the ancient Indian tradition, people could go to a place and stay there for 45 days to enjoy the Magh Mela and take a dip in the Sangam. Similar is the case with, the Kumbh Melas also, where people stay for months at one place. It is so interesting to think we today go to these places and we ask like 2 nights, 3 days, 3 nights, 4 days, and we try to match our budgets around it. Where the people in the olden days would go to some place and stay there just for some divine gain, which is like I can't comprehend in my mind, Kanchan, about this. Similarly, this city is also full of lot of government institutions, and sometimes people also forget this is also the judicial capital of Uttar Pradesh, because Allahabad High Court is the biggest high court judicial authority in Uttar Pradesh state.
Well, you mentioned that no duration is enough to really visit Prayagraj, because you find one or another, anything which can make you to stay there in this city. And I think this is a city when, if you want to attain salvation, I think this is the place to go. So I will not ask how many days and nights is required to visit Allahabad, but definitely I will be asking you about the food, because UP as a state offers a wonderful variety of food, but there are few recipes, few food which are very, very Prayagraj centric. So let's discuss about that.
Yes, Kanchan, and I must, my earliest of the memories go back to something which is so unique that I found in Allahabad from the food perspective, and that I have to name it in the Indian terms or the Hindi terms only, because I don't have the English names available with me, and that is something which is called Makhnaiya Dahi. Makhnaiya Dahi, which is a special kind of a curd from which the butter has been pulled out. And very good, very, very good for, while recovering from some, stomach related, issues. And also it is tasty, it is less fat, and it is available across the town, and it is very unique, to call it like, Makhnaiya Dahi, give me Makhnaiya Dahi. Others things that are like, the kachori, the sabzis, the lassis and chole samosa, dahi bhalla, and all of these things, and Bengali sweets. I mean, I must not forget the Bengali sweets, and so food is never a challenge in Prayagraj, and I'm wishing to go there soon again and enjoy my culinary taste buds.
Well, I think this is a place which is safely can be said that this is a place of vegetarian people's delight, because it offers a variety of food recipes for the vegetarian. But do we also get some Mughlai items in Prayagraj?
Oh yes, Kanchan. The city has been always, known for its Mughlai cuisines, British cuisines, and the array of intellectuals who have been in this city, who have visited this city. They have always brought back the fine food that is available, but nothing beats the street food that one must enjoy in Prayagraj. And I would, and if you see the image behind me, that's a bridge which also makes it a very modern city. It's not just about a mythological city. It's not just about an academic city. It's also a thriving city, and also a modern city in all its senses. Lots of opportunities in this city are available, and well-connected city, by air, by railways, by road, and it is also sometimes called the city of prime ministers, Kanchan. And because it has given us Indira Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Chandrasekhar, and Vishwanath Pratap Singh, all from this city itself. And another, I'm so interested to tell the viewers, Rudyard Kipling, the noted author and the Nobel laureate was from this city. Prasad Chaurasia, the flautist, and in the literature, Hindi literature, Mahadevi Verma, Dharamveer Bharti, Suryakant Tripathi Nirala, Subhadra Chauhan, we all know. In the media world, Amitabh Bachchan, his father, Harivansh Rai Bachchan, Vikas Swarup, the diplomat who has written The Slumdog Millionaire, the book, and Shubha Mudgal, the musician. Oh, this list is endless, Kanchan. Dhyan Chand, the magician of hockey, and Mohammad Kaif, the cricketer. I mean, this city is gem. It's a gem.
Well, I think Prayagraj is a city which we cannot be described in words. But still, we are making an effort to describe this wonderful city, which is existing since the antiquity and carrying a lot of gems of tradition, culture, and achievement. For you, how you describe in one sentence this wonderful city of the world?
What else, Kanchan? Sangam, Triveni, confluence, and that's what this city is all about. It is the conscience of this country, this subcontinent. It has got tentacles across the world, and I think being very, very closer, or I can say equal distant between Delhi and the northeast part of India, Prayagraj can be termed as the real heart of the mainland India in the modern sense.
Well, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you and know about this wonderful city where you lived, you traveled, and we got an insight. And again, this is, I can term this city as one of the greatest cities of the world, because this city offers so much to mankind, to Indians, to people who are visiting from outside. I think this is the place at least once in a lifetime one person should visit. So once again, thanks for sharing about this wonderful city. We'll meet again with another city. Till then, bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I look forward.